Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on the final day of week number 8, where indeed 8 weeks have gone by. 8 weeks have gone by amongst 8 players when you talk about FIFA. As you move on to Tekken, again, we do have 8 players. As you move on to Counter-Strike, we are again looking at 8 teams. And then eventually, in PUBG Mobile segment, we have 16 teams that are going to be part of the finals. But right now, we're not getting into any of that conversation because right now, it is time to talk more about FIFA. I'm your host, Blotto. Joining me on the analyst desk, it is none other than Payne Fixes.
Thank you so much, and it's been a long time since I was on the analyst desk of FIFA, and we had seen some amazing performance from all these lads. And in this region, I'm loving the FIFA action. You know,
Wow.
I've been watching from the sidelines. You know, every single game is so closely matched.
Exactly. I mean, that is what has happened since the past 3 weeks, I would say. Every single game pretty much has been like, oh, we're on the edge of the seat, you know, before the 90-minute marker is not done. Never mind the 90-minute marker, because there are players who've been actually able to clutch victories in those extra minutes that are added on. And
I think recently,
right,
just
you were there. I think we were having a
yes.
conversation as well. That's what is at stake. Again, it is the prize pool, but along with that, it is, of course, the trophy of being the #1 of Umzansi Esports League. That is what is at stake. And today, the matchup is between Dragon Milla going against Metronome, where Dragon Milla's journey has been loss of words. But moving on to Metronome, Metronome has had a decent run thus far. When it comes to his gameplay, though, it certainly was expected that he would be able to clutch more victory because he is capable. It's just that the games have not been able to go in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it kind of goes 2 ways around. And today we have Metronome versus Dragon Milla, like you mentioned. And yes, of course, the stakes are on Metronome's side. And we'll just have to see. You never know. It's a new day. It's a new start for him. And if he gets some decent goals, if he gets an early momentum, then I think certainly he can do way too much better.
True. That is so true. I certainly look forward to it because, of course, as we look at the leaderboard right there, you can see when it comes to the number of matches, Metronome has played 5. Same for Milla. And that means they still have 2 games remaining. And again, I mean, based off of that, it could go either way, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be anybody's game. It's just about building the pressure in the first leg and then just keep on capitalizing and hammering down your opponent. But what we have seen in Umzansi Esports League is that a lot of comebacks have been visible lately. You know, a lot of teams in the first leg, they kind of falter down, but in the second leg, when they come in, they rectify all their mistakes and then just carry on. And we have seen now those wins also coming out.
Yes, that is true. That is so very true. Again, I mean, talking about matches, there have been some incredibly wonderful matches to witness where you are at the edge of your seat thinking, all right, so we've already seen 4 goals in first leg. What is leg 2 going to be bringing in? Well, before you know it, you're looking at another 6 goals, another 8 goals. Before you know it, you've reached a total aggregate of 14 goals. And that is what we're talking about. That is the kind of gameplay that we've witnessed thus far when it comes to, of course, scoring goals. But indeed, within that itself, there have been few players who have played exceptionally well in terms of the way the competition was thrown against them and the way they were able to tackle it. I'm talking about Unfazed, I'm talking about Ebby Bros, I'm talking about, I mean, yes,
even Divak.
Yes, Divak for sure has to be there because these are players who have just one thing on their mind, and that is to just win as gracefully as possible.
If you remember, there was this match of Beast Beyond Chief. If you remember that 13 goals haul.
Yes.
I mean, that was, I guess, my last segment in FIFA that I'd done.
I believe so.
And I was so impressed. But after that, the competition started getting so much intense that other players also stepped up, and it was Unfazed that was really he's in fact leading the chart.
And not only him, I mean, one name that I think I did forget was Masoom.
Yeah.
Now, Masoom is, for those of you lads who do not know what the word means, I'm sure it must mean a different thing in the way Masoom, the player, brought it up, but in our language, where I'm from, that means innocent, right?
Yes.
And the innocent, right?
Is he though?
Is he? No. No. When it comes to that gameplay, Masoom's gameplay is completely off the charts, mate, because he certainly is there as a very competitive player, does not like to lose at all, and is trying to push along every envelope that he possibly can for himself to understand his skill better, and that is something that we've witnessed in the past 8 weeks. All the players from week 1 have showcased such a incredible upward slope is what I'm talking about when it comes to them understanding where they're going wrong. getting into the second game and already looking at back at those mistakes, well, they're non-existent because that's how competitive these players are.
Yeah, even if you compare, the African region to the Indian region. So
Right.
in the Indian region, we did see the players, trying to play those ground passes. But here you
Yes.
have players going in for those air volleys, those crosses being delivered. So much intense action over here.
That is so true. With that, of course, enough banter coming in from the analyst desk. It is time to get started with leg number 1 and 2, for which let us quickly throw it to a caster. And today it is Chikte.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is a match I look forward to. We've had a great weekend of FIFA so far. Absolutely phenomenal games all around. This time, though, we have a battle of the bottom of the log. It seems like with Mr. Metro name taking on Dragon Milla. Now, Dragon Milla, he's a player who's taken many L's so far in this tournament. He's been hit 7 goals, 8 goals, 11 goals. So he's had a rough run so far, but he is the new kid on the block in terms of the top echelon of FIFA. So he's done a good job so far. Let's see, maybe he can make some improvements. But I think for Mr. Wasim, the man from Bravado, Metro name, he has a lot more things to do this match. I think he has to. I don't think he's happy sitting 7th on the log right now. He's going to want to get those points up. He knows he can be doing better. And I hope he gives us a dominating performance today, to be perfectly honest. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll see how it goes. It's been great run of FIFA so far this week. I mean, we've had this weekend specifically, we've had some phenomenal games. I mean, the Unfazed versus Julio match, that was last weekend. I forgot it was the game on Friday this week, to be honest, but it was all good. It was all good FIFA. Oh, it was the Mobi versus Masum game. That was what I was thinking about. The 11-goal cracker, the 6-5 victory to Masum. And now we see actually a change-up in teams. We see a PSG making an appearance here. Long ball coming out. Kylian Mbappe tries to cross it in. Doesn't make it in the box, though, well enough. It will be the man from Bravado, Metronome, playing with Liverpool. And Mr. Dragon Miller will be on the PSG. And Metronome already making a dangerous attack here. Oh, Mohamed Salah with the skill is going to get the finish. He tries for it, but the keeper's save is there. That was close. Oh, still a dangerous position there. Mr. Metronome, but he'll be okay. Dragon Miller will be alright for now. Hasn't conceded a goal yet. We've seen him concede goals faster than 5 minutes. We've seen many players actually concede goals in the very, very beginning of these FIFA matches. But for now, it looks all okay. Simda will be looking to make an attack once again. Running with a lot of Wijnaldum here in the middle. Oh, sends the ball to Mane. Mane over to Firmino. Firmino goes for the shot for the left corner, but he doesn't make it. Trying to go for that near post shot, but the balance just wasn't right for that shot, it seems. Good start though for Mr. Metronome. He would like to see himself be on the aggressing side here. Has to get every goal he can, because so far it seems Dragon Miller has been a bit of a punching bag for other players to get their goal difference up. He's been hit by a lot of goals by many players, different players. This time, looks like his crossing tactics working fairly decently against Metronome so far, but that header not going to make it towards the striker. Would like to see a little bit more patience come out from Dragon Miller. He needs to be able to hold on to the ball a little longer when he makes those runs with his wingers. Doesn't have has a decent amount of space to hold for a bit, but Metronome goes for the shot. Mane going to get saved. Ooh, that was close. So 2 chances now for the BVD boy, but hasn't been able to convert so far in any of them. We'll have possession once again, though. Firmino, Wasim kind of tricked himself there, but he still has the possession. Mohamed Salah making the run here on the wing. Dribbling it nicely. Has a lot of space. He wants to fit to the shot, but it's going to get blocked out. Feels like Wasim's almost playing with too much space here. Dragon Miller, let's see what he does. Playing the ball back to his defense. Kind of confused his defender there. Right, we'll force the throw in. He's taking a while with this, but he eventually throws it out. Ferrati going to hold on to the ball for now. Going to send it over to his wing back. Making the run in. Now Akadi. Ooh. Sloppy pass there from Dragon Miller. Going to give possession all the way back to the side of Liverpool and Wasim. Metronome on the run now. Skilling the ball nicely here with Mohamed Salah. Oh, Mane has some space, but not enough The defense looking much better from Dragon Miller this time round, making these tackles in clinical positions. But they can't seem to string anything together on the attacking end. Metronome once again looking for his chance to get this opening goal. 23 minutes have gone by, hasn't seen a goal just yet. And now has some space with Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum going to get tackled once again. Dragon Miller looking considerably better on the defensive end this time around than what we've seen previously from him in the UMZANSI League. Not that Metronome hasn't had chances though. There's been two misses that I can think of offhand in his last first 22 minutes. But ooh, I thought I was going to eat my words there for a second because that looked like a clear-cut chance for Mr. Sadio Mane, but he just sends it wide. We can see the virtual Klopp angry there in frustration. For good reason. This is three, I would say clear-cut chances, but three very, very good looks that Metronome has seen so far in this match that it has not been able to convert. Every goal counts. Goal difference does matter in this tournament, in this UMZANSI League. But I don't think Metronome's going to be kicking himself too hard. Just keep his focus on the game right now. Don't think about the shots you missed. Think about the shots you eventually score. Dragon Miller trying to mount an offense here, but Di Maria, he does actually get the possession of the ball once again. Neymar in a dangerous position right now. Two players around him, but actually he's going to get bodied off the ball. This is a great chance for the Bravado boy now. We see him trying to get his player back on side. Striker kind of got confused there, but Mane making a run nonetheless. He doesn't need anybody to pass to. He can do this by himself. Who's he going to pass to? He tries to get the ball into the middle. Wijnaldum couldn't get onto it. And now this could be a chance for Dragon Miller to counter-attack. Oh, but the through pass just nowhere where it needed to be. Oh man, and he had options right on the flank, on the left side. He had a player to cross to. There was a play in the middle he could have hit it to, but just goes for the heavy pass there.
Goal, my friend. We don't really know how this is going to turn out, right?
Now Mane in a decent position. Oh, Dragon Miller is just going to get the clearance there. It will be a throw for Mr. Wasim. Wasim in okay position right now. Oh, Firmino goes for the shot, but it gets blocked. Is that a snare here?
That is indeed a snare you hear, my friend. That is indeed a snare you hear. It is a rare sight indeed, right?
To be honest, I was just enjoying the solo cast. Glad to have you back, though. And now we see an opportunity for Dragon Miller. The cross to Neymar. It was good, but he just couldn't control the ball. Oh, almost got possession back of it there. Have you been enjoying Dragon Miller's defense so far, Snake? It's been much better than we've seen previously.
Yeah, they came much closer than it needed to, but ultimately doesn't end up being successful. We're on the other side of the pitch right now. A little bit of dribbles. A shot comes off, but not enough to actually succeed in getting a goal. Does go out for a throw-in, though.
Now, we see him back on the attack. He does get the throw-in. Still in a decent position here. Oh, Dragon Miller reads out the pass beautifully. And once again, on the defensive end, Dragon Miller has a good vision today. Has a good read of the game. Struggling to string plays together here on the attacking end of the game. But that's a lovely long ball. Mbappe now to Icardi. Icardi in a decent position. Waiting for players to come through the middle. Looking for that cross. His signature move once again, but not going to make it to the striker's head. And now Metronome will be back on the attack. This is, I feel like, his 100th counter of the game. And oh, dodgy tackle there from Dragon Miller, but Wasim still has the ball. BBD boy, can he get the cross into the middle? Oh, just sends it towards the keeper. I wonder if there's going to be a card issued. I did see the referee warning go up here. Now could have been a last man tackle, so it could have potentially even been a red card. I don't think they would have given a red in FIFA, but it was one of those things. So
it's kind of fortunate it wasn't a red, right? Because if it was, this would have changed the game in its entirety. But as it stands, it gets to stay at least a little bit competitive, right, throughout the competition.
For sure. We still tied up at 0 goals apiece in this first leg. I don't think Dragon Miller so far in this tournament has made it to a halftime not being down a couple of goals. So definitely improvement for him, Snare.
I mean, there was that one game where he only conceded the 3 goals. He lost 2 in the second half. So that's not entirely true, you know. Put respect on my man, Dragon Miller.
I mean, fair. I think it was against Unfazed. He did decently well, which is very surprising, as Unfazed being one of the toughest players in South Africa.
Yeah, definitely. Do you see now the way the game is playing out? It's a bit bogged down in midfield. A lot of passing game going forth, but now there might be an opportunity for a break right now. Not that many Liverpool attacking players in positive positions. So this aggressive run, gonna be a shot, gonna be a goal! Oh goodness! That came out of nowhere, but Sadio Mane with the shot guarantees the 1-0 advantage here. Oh my goodness, where did that come from, Camille?
I love the tactic change by Metronome. He was like, I've been playing all these fancy passes this whole match, trying to make all the next level moves, but all I'm going to do is give the ball to Mane and run straight through. That's what I'm going to do. Beast mode this thing. And that was a phenomenal goal. The run was amazing. The dribble was great. And the finish absolutely immaculate there.
Yeah, and the most surprising part about that entire passage of play was the fact that, like you mentioned, he just ran straight. He completely abandoned the entirety of his previous strategy. You could literally see Dragon Milla repositioning his players to try and address the repositioning that he was accustomed to, but unfortunately, it was read like a book, and now Metronome up 1-0. Also, something we didn't really... I think this is the first time... Was this the first or second time that we see PSG? Might be the second time, right, overall.
Yeah, I believe Dragon Milla has played with PSG previously in this tournament. So it is one of his comfort picks. I mean, they're attacking three. Is such a dangerous three forwards there in the form of Mbappe or wingers. Mbappe, Neymar, Di Maria, as we can see in the lineup there.
Yeah.
A lot of pace, a lot of skill. Just all-round solid players.
We do now have a situation where the play will restart. Back into the middle of the pitch now. Sadio Mane already in a situation where he's almost able to get off a shot, but doesn't succeed in. That was close. That could have actually resulted in a goal, but unfortunately doesn't end up the case. What do you think about this one goal, the advantage that we have so far? Do you think it's going to sustain this way, or are we going to see a change-up happening midway through the game?
I think Dragon Milla is really happy with the way this game's gone so far. He's had a lot of dangerous... he's faced a lot of dangerous attacks from Metronome, but he's done well to keep the lead to only a 1-0 deficit so far. Oh, but before we get to that, is he going to get another one down? Nope. Good defense once again. So, like I've been saying throughout the match, I think Dragon Milla is pretty happy. He's defended well so far, but if you would see him, Metronome had so many opportunities this game, yet he's only 1-0 up, which I don't think he'll be happy with.
Yeah, definitely not all right. Especially considering that the position that he's in, because he's not just competing to try and win this game, but he's trying to differentiate himself from the bottom of the pack. All weekend long, we've seen just like the top shelf competition coming forth, but Metronome trying to get himself into a more positive position. With these passes back into Mo Salah in the middle of the box, he's going to be able to get up the shot. Yes, he does, but it gets blocked off. So it's not going to be a goal just yet. So he's still going to be playing from a bit of a behind position right now on the side of Dragon Milla. Only one goal instead of two. You know, at the very least, he prevents that.
Yeah, I mean, that's another clear example of all these chances that Metronome is giving to himself, but he's just not converting with the finishes. Not as clinical as he would have liked to have been so far this match.
Definitely not.
Now we have a chance once again. Mane has a lot of space here. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Can he make the run? Run's looking good. He dribbles one. Oh, some space there. Sends it to Salah. Can he finish? Oh, he goes for the long shot, but not good enough.
No, at the very least, the pause does come out. Interestingly enough, it's Metronome that queued up this pause. So, though he's in a winning position, I'm pretty sure he doesn't feel comfortable about the fact that it's only a 1-0 lead, given the fact that Dragon Milla has been somewhat of the punching bag for this tournament. So, for his own confidence, Metronome might want to actually breathe a bit and be like, come on, man, you should be able to get more goals out of this guy than this.
Yeah, I would love to see the match stats at the end of this game, because I feel like the amount of shots that Metronome's had is probably in the double digits at this point in this match. I mean, he's had so many opportunities, but not too many on target and not too many that really challenge the keeper in a way. I mean, obviously, there's goals, but I don't think there was even like his finishes were that great this game. Probably be a bit disappointed with himself there. But he does have 15 minutes left of regulation time to play in this first leg. Maybe he'll be able to put himself up a little further ahead in this matchup.
He does still have these opportunities, like you mentioned. Sadio Mane has been making a lot of these aggressive runs forward.
No.
Inside the box, no opportunity there to reclaim possession. But at the very least, he's making sure to hold up play to ensure that PSG are unable to actually dominate this midfield. And it seems to have been working out for him, but we did see both
Dragon Miller almost had a half an opportunity there.
Yeah, but the opportunity doesn't go anywhere. I was going to actually mention that we've been seeing a lot of these opportunities happen where it seems promising, but at the very last minute, things just break down.
And now Metronome in a great position once again. Dribbling with Mohamed Salah, but he's going to be disrespected right at the edge of the box. But he gets possession once again. Can get the shot off. Oh, he does, but he doesn't go in the back of the net. The double save was there. Oh, Navas saving. That was like life-saving saves there from the PSG goalie.
Yeah, made a huge difference there.
Now let's see. Dragon Miller been so solid on the defensive end. Can he replicate it on the attacking side? It's been a question I've been asking all game. He's had a couple of good looks, but like you say, the finishing touches at the end, he's just not controlling the ball well after the crosses, etc. So got to just do a little bit better on that side. Neymar does manage to hold the ball, but he passes it into the middle of nowhere.
But the middle of nowhere does get snagged up at the very last end by Dragon Miller. And Dragon Miller, though, gives up possession, Metronome back on the ball. He's on this attack, but does get dispossessed, but he's still on the aggressive posture right now. Mo Salah inside the middle of the box, gets the dribble pass, gets the shot, gets the goal! Gonna be 2-0 for Mo Salah. Dragon Miller right now, the worst that he's come to expect right now is 2-0 down here in the first leg. What a goal coming in right there from Metronome.
And again, we see the way that Metronome has to do this. Like, it's like every time he's making these clever passes, trying to go for that extra touch. What we usually say is the good plays in FIFA, and it just hasn't been panning out for him. But this time he's like, once again, I'm going to give the ball to my star player, Mohamed Salah, and I'm just going to go. And he manages to beast mode another goal there.
So 2-0 up. Normally, throughout the course of the Umzansi League, we might have been talking about at this point the fact that it might not seem good for him to have been scoring these goals purely on the talent of the superstar players. And speaking of superstar players, beautiful defense coming in right there from Gomez. But normally we might have been saying that, but unfortunately, when we have these bottom of the table clashes, these superstar players can actually make the difference. Now, Sadio Mane back on the edge of the box, looking for another way to get into the middle. Does get dispossessed, but only forces out a corner kick, so the danger is not clear right now, Camille.
Not at all. Liverpool, we see now how dangerous this team is when they're on the corners. Threats like Virgil van Dijk in the middle, Wijnaldum with a lot of strength as well. Navas gonna first the ball out really well. With 2 minutes of extra time, I'm surprised the whistle hasn't blown. There we see it finally go. Metronome getting the victory here in the first leg. Not in the fashion he would have liked to, I think, Snare.
No, definitely not. If he had his way, would have been able to get himself 3, 4, 5 goals, but the fact that it only comes away with 2 is a bit of a disappointment on his half. At the same time, though, because of the fact that he hasn't been showing his best foot forward, honestly, in the entirety of the tournament, at the very least, he's securing the victory over Dragon Miller, right? Can you imagine how devastating he would have been if he walked away from this one with a draw as well as he's done in the previous series? That would have been pretty devastating for him. So, it's a bit of a stepping stone, still a victory. As long as he doesn't mess things up in the second leg, I think he'll feel okay with this. He won't feel amazing about it, but it's like, you know what? It wasn't a bad day at the office.
I get you. 3 points is still 3 points at the end of the day. I would like to see Dragon Miller. I think Dragon Miller showed a lot of great things in this match. I think his defense was good. There was a couple of holes that he could have plugged, and when the solo plays got made by Wasim, he just had no answers. But I like to see him just like have a little more confidence when he goes forward, when he has those attacking plays. I think there's a couple of good balls he makes, these long passes, his signatures, that if he was a little bit more composed at the end of the box, he would I think would have found himself at least 1 or 2 goals this match. So some promising signs for him. Maybe he can step it up in the next leg as well.
Yeah. At the very least, it's something that he knows where to adjust, right? Because like you mentioned, it's not like he didn't find himself at all in some of these positive positions. So But that's been somewhat of his trouble throughout the entirety of the league, right? Not the fact that he's able to play out in the midfield. The main issue has been when you get into the 13th position, can you score? And if you can't, you just can't win the game. Like, nobody cares how much possession you have. Nobody cares how accurate your passes are, how accurate your crosses are. If you're not scoring goals, you literally cannot win the game of FIFA 20. So if you're not doing that, it's not enough. So that's going to be the change-up that's required first and foremost coming in from Dragon Miller.
I mean, what better example of this than the match between Divac and Unfazed yesterday, where, I mean, the Unfazed in the first leg, he basically had no fair way to win that game, yet he managed to steal it with a one defensive error at the end of the first half, a 93rd minute goal, right? It doesn't have to be pretty in FIFA as long as you're getting the results.
Yeah, definitely. As long as you get the results, you get the W. If he didn't get that result, it would have not been a loss against him. But now, here, one of the things I'm looking forward to the most, right, is to see the adaptation coming in from Dragon Miller. We have seen him growing a little bit as a player. Is this growth going to be enough? He has swapped out his teams right now, trying to adopt a little bit more of this unfazed type of play. And he is playing with Barca. Is this going to be enough? I'm not actually sure. What do you think about this, man?
I do like the change from PSG to Barcelona. I think PSG has, obviously, we pointed out, have a lot of good players, but I think there's a couple of weaknesses there in their team. I think a lot of the players, especially on the defensive end, lack a lot of pace, where you'd like to see, especially with your wing backs, have a lot more pace than what PSG provides. And I think Barcelona, they have that with Jordi Alba on the one side and Semdu on the other.
That being said, though, we do say that Metronome has adopted the best team in this game. It is the French national team right now. So he's going to have an incredible amount of options all up and down the pitch. And also, we have to remember that he is in this position where he's 2-0 up, so he doesn't have to actually do anything spectacular to try and emerge victorious here in this matchup. He's already trying to run into the box. Dembele with possession, back to Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder with the beautiful dribble, the shot. Whoa, what a tackle! Oh my god, that definitely keeps this game alive.
Game-saving tackle, but now Metronome in a position once again to go for the shot. Ben Yedder hits the crossbar, though. Man, oh man. So once again for Metronome, we're seeing the chances come very early in the game, and I was actually talking to Mr. Metronome yesterday on the WhatsApp, asking him a couple of things about FIFA, and he was telling me that if you are the more attacking-minded players will always go to France, the players who are more worried about the defensive end. And this is not a hard and fast rule, but a lot of the time you would see it would go for Liverpool because their defense is just that good. So when you look at the French team, you know the attacking side is taken care of. You have the Pogbas, you have the Mbappes, you have the Ben Yedders, you have the Griezmanns, the Kingsley Comans as well. Just endless amounts of attacking options.
All you need is Virgil van Dijk, right? You're fine. Also, being clear, this will prevent the play from going that much more forward, but with the reset, we still will see some attacking style play coming in from Metronome. He's back on the forward end, not able to really convert that into a nice attack. He's playing this very methodically though, doesn't want to try and press himself into a situation where he can be easily counter-attacked. As soon as he loses possession, immediately see his players dropping back, making sure to play this nice and slow. He knows that he's in a winning situation. We were talking yesterday about the game management, and definitely we see that coming out a lot from Metronome today. Speaking of game management, N'Golo Kante making sure the ball doesn't get into a bugger position. Paul Pogba, beautiful long ball down onto the flanks onto Kingsley Coman. Will be able to get this long run down into the pass, back onto Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder gets a shot, but no goal coming in just yet. Ooh, that could have been close. That could have been very close, but at the end of the day, it doesn't end up being a situation where a goal can successfully come out. Still though, passes into the middle of the box, but no goal just yet. But nevertheless, Metronome still regaining possession. This is so dangerous, but he actually blocks his own shot right there. And immediately, we see the advantage coming back onto Langley to make sure that there is no goal for Metro, but still no chance just yet. Still now coming in from Dragon Miller. Will he resist all this pressure? Still a lot in the first half. He's being dribbled right now. And Fox Dembele in space gets the goal, gets the shot.
Ooh.
That is going to be the finish necessary.
Puts himself in the 1-0 lead here in the second leg as well, it seems like it. Look at
Makes it happen for his team.
Oh, absolute cracker there. Dembele scoring the goal. Usually he's the man setting it up, Snare, but this time
what a goal.
he'll be
what
the
a
one with
goal.
the finish. We see Dragon Miller picking up a card there as well. Yellow card for Mr. Busquets. Old legend in Barcelona. That defensive anchor for so many years. Now Metronome going to play it slowly, switching up the player from one side of the pitch to the other. Now, there's actually a lot of space here. Messi with the finish, and he actually gets the goal. What a finish! What a setup from Dragon Miller. So calm, so composed. Beautiful. Snare. That was a Barcelona goal through and through.
That was, yeah, exactly. Some ticker, tapper, touching right there ensures that when the goal happens.
Now Metronome gonna, sorry, Dragon Miller's gonna have some life in his veins now. Still a 2-goal deficit in total, but he has some ass footing in this leg at least, tying things up at one apiece. And now Metronome, oh, trying to give himself the lead there once again. And now, oh my God, Wasim chancing it from outside of the box there. So far, and it almost made it in. That was crazy. Now Metronome having a chance once again. Endless pressure coming out from the BVD boy. Mbappe, oh, overruns it, but he falls into Pogba's feet, and Pogba gets the finish. A little bit of luck there for Metronome, but it was enough for him to get the goal in the end. It gets counted, even does the celebration there with Pogba. Now we're up to 4-1 in aggregate in favor of Metronome. Can Dragon Miller respond? He's down 3 goals in total. Has got himself a goal in this match at least. Will he be able to find another? Making a big good run here with Messi. Frankie de Jong has some space. Oh, beautiful dribble over to Suarez. Suarez maybe try to get the cross in, but Messi not the most clinical man with the headers. Playing it slow. I like what Dragon Miller is doing here. Not forcing anything like he usually does with the crosses. He's finally going to set it in with that bit of space, but the defender gets to it faster than Mr. Messi could. And now we'll see him looking for the counter once again. And now we see the end of the first half commence there. Both players with a decent amount of shots. Metronome has 8 for 5. I think a lot of them, I think he could have had more goals just off the bar alone. He should be up about 4-1 in this match. Dragon Miller had 2 solid opportunities, having 2 shots on target here. It's been a much more competitive second leg. Although, even though Dragon Miller only lost 2-0 in the first one, it was a smashing 2-0. It was a commanding victory because it was a situation where he never had any chances, right? He didn't get a single shot on goal, I don't think. Metronome completely controlled the match. And it was just a case of uncanny poor finishing from the bottom man. Probably be better as it goes along in this match. We've seen him already be more clinical. Got unlucky in 2 situations there with the bar in the box. But for now, we'll see if the second half pans out any different than the first. We'll see him already on the attack, trying to get the ball to Pogba. Pogba somehow got it between 3 defenders. He goes for the shot, but he just doesn't click it right. Bounces off the defender there into Stergen's hand.
Situation now forced to play things out. Back with Jordi Alba on the ball. Back onto Arthur in the middle field. But doesn't seem like Dragon Miller is able to find all the positive situations that he wanted. That first goal, very promising from him. But since then, we haven't really seen the full aggressive posturing that you really want out of this Barcelona team. Seems like a very different squad from when Unfazed plays it, right?
Oh, but Metronome, he's got an opportunity once again. He's making so many dangerous runs through the middle with Mediator, setting up all his teammates. But this time, doesn't look like he could turn on into goal.
Keeping solid right now. Back onto Arthur. Overfield. Doing the pass out onto Antoine Griezmann. This long field dribble. Tries to go for the back pass, but a little bit too cheeky on that play. Ends up giving up possession. This might end up costing him right now. As we see this full one coming in. Oh, but the offside call. Keeps it away from being a fully aggressive play coming out there.
The refs were not messing around there. They called that instantly. That's some VAR level stuff, because to me that looks onside, Snare. I would not have called that.
Hey man, that's why you're not an AI.
FIFA AA knows best. Does it really though, Snare? Does it really?
Not when you're losing, man.
And now all space for Metronome. He goes for the shot and he gets the goal. What an excellent finish. What a beautiful finish.
Oh man, oh man. Just out of nowhere. He claims possession, gets himself the shot, gets himself the goal. 3-1 up right now. And the most important thing about this contest is how difficult it's going to be for Dragon Ball to try to hold way back from this one. We've seen himself have difficulties in the past. But yo, with a team that is only played once in this entire tournament right now, how on earth is he supposed to get himself, what, 4 goals to be able to win out this contest?
Look, the mountain is steep to climb, and I don't think he'll be doing it, but I think there's a lot of pride still to be played for here for Dragon Miller. There's only 30 minutes left in this match. Enough time to get 1 or 2 goals back. Does he get 4 goals back? I don't think so, but 1 or 2, get a goal differential looking a bit better, definitely is a possibility. We'll try and mount the comeback here. Messi. Decent amount of skill there, but he gets dispossessed in the end.
Good pause, I think, queued up right now. Although it is Metronome's pause, something that we might actually see going forward is the winning player being in a position where he wants to just try, stall things out, relax, breathe, think about how he wants to approach the future of his game. Thus far, it doesn't look too bad from him. So,
I want to see what changes he makes.
I don't think he needs to.
I'd like to see what changes he makes. You don't think so?
Nah, I think he's okay. Yeah, let's just go back into it. He just wants to stop right now.
We'll see now if he made a substitution.
Let's see. Oh, he's taking out Benito. Okay. Bringing on Antoine Griezmann.
So yesterday.
Right. Oh, my bad. You see, I forgot that Antoine Griezmann wasn't on from the start. My bad.
Yeah, we saw yesterday that substitution on Antoine Griezmann, how impactful it can be, and oh, what a beautiful pass. Immediately he comes onto the pitch and he almost makes an assist. Oh, he got the ball. Is he going to get the goal instead? He's going to try. He's going to get tackled. Oh, not going to be called for a foul, though, at the edge of the box. You forgot about Griezmann, didn't you, Snare? You forgot about him.
Did not say I forgot about him. It's just I assumed he was there from the beginning. You know, I was just like, yo, you should just start with Griezmann every single time. But now that he's on, this is going to represent an additional threat coming in right now from Metronome. Going to be a much more dangerous-minded player. So this complicates life for Dragon Miller, because that means that every single time that he's not in possession, he has to worry about whether or not the play is going to lead into these tip-top touches and to result in a goal. He's trying for it right now for Pogba. He's got blocks, he's an opportunity to try and run through those defense. He'll be able to get the shot go through. Oh yes, he does! What a goal! Oh, what a poor Pogba! Ooh, swagging on him right now. Metronome putting this game in the coffin.
Sensational finish there. Gives himself a 5-goal aggregate now in total. Wait, is my math right? Yes, it is. 5-goal aggregate, has conceded 1. Not the most impressive victory we've seen so far against Unfazed, but not the against Dragon Miller, but not the worst either. But he could look to score 1 or 2 more before this game ends. He still has about 15 minutes left of standard time in the second leg.
Not as much time as Dragon Miller would hope for to try and pull his way back. Nonetheless, he's in the situation. Beautiful pass, Dragon Miller. Oh, the shot doesn't result in a goal, but that was some beautiful vision coming out of that pass right there, I'll say.
Such an ambitious attempt. I really like what he did. Great vision on the pass. The shot almost made it through. Keeper got it at the tip of his fingers there. Reese with the clutch save. Dragon Miller testing Mr. Metronome there. He's going to award himself a corner here as well.
Let's see if this will result in spectacular. Goes for the short pass. Milla Messi holding up the play, but instantly depossessed. Now Kylian Mbappe. Are we going to have a fifth goal before the end of this game? He's running almost by himself, end to end. He has a lot of support in the middle of the box. Will he be able to get it through to the dribbles pass? The defending player has a few opportunities to get things through.
Metronome still has so
Might
much
have
space.
held it up a
Mbappe
little
over
bit
to
too long,
Griezmann.
but gets
Griezmann
the
on the
pass
finish.
to Antoine Griezmann. No, the crossbar denies it. And then there's going to be the save as well, coming in from the back header. Oh my gosh, Dragon Miller.
Third time this
saved
match.
literally
Third
by
time
the
in this
bar.
match he's hit the crossbar. Absolutely terrible luck for Dragon Metronome so far. But at least it's in a game where he didn't need the luck, right? He scored the goals regardless. So maybe saving it up for next week where those crossbars will be bouncing in instead of out. But now has a chance once again. Mbappe with a lot of space. Mbappe going to go for the shot here. And Mbappe gets the goal. Great stuff from Mr. Metronome. 6 goals totally on aggregate. Really racking those numbers up. Getting that better goal differential. And just styling right now, really. Now Jordi Alba making a run here. Can Dragon Miller get a goal of his own before this match comes up? 4 minutes left of standard time. Oh, beautiful space, a lot of space. Oh, but the tackle.
Tried his best there, wasn't able to make it happen just yet. He's trying again. One more shot, one more goal. Suarez makes it happen. Dragon Miller, at the very least, makes leg number 2-5. It's not going to be enough to.
What a show of confidence though. He's still playing out here right at the end. Look at the space from Suarez. Hits it on the first touch in fact. And what a sensational finish. Dragon Miller. This could be him starting to spread his wings and fly here at the UMZANSI League there. This could be signs of life from our man.
One can only hope, fam.
But Metronome doesn't look like he's done either.
Now we see one more goal might end up happening. On the side of Metronome, laying on the edge of the box, trying some Griezmann with these dribbles. Oh my god, look at this. Definite goal. That's going to be 6. Ooh. Guaranteed to make that happen. Antoine Griezmann, what a player.
The most successful
6-2.
tactic so far we've seen for Wasim so far in this game today is just when he was just man mode, straight up.
So you mean just pick the player with 90 plus average rating and run straight and you win the game.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's the tactic here that was used. And look at that 10 goal tally here. Absolutely delight to see. Only 6 goal aggregate for Metronome. He had a chance to make it 7 at some point, but Dragon Miller did respond in kind. But all in all, I think it was a satisfactory game of FIFA now. I can't say I was disappointed in it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, at this point, he's just pretty much happy that he's not at the bottom, right? That he's still able to assert his dominance at that point. So he's happy with the victory. So Metronome will be going from not necessarily strength to strength, but back to his normal state.
Well, talking about back to the normal state, we're going to send things back over to the analyst desk where Blotter will take it away for us.
Thank you so very much, Chicktains. Indeed, what an incredible game coming in from Metronome's side. A rhythmic gameplay, knock, 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 goal after goal. That's what the game was. Wow.
I mean, absolutely. When the first leg was going on, it was kind of an even battle, and
Right.
it was really a tough time for both these players to find those openings. But Metronome, somewhere down the line, had all those close passes coming in for himself, and those through passes, those single-handed dribbles that he was doing, that was a delight to watch. And while the first leg got over,
Right.
he was okay. So there is a possible chance of a comeback. Then comes second leg, in which Metronome just thrashes over over Dragon Milla, and whatever you put at him,
Right.
after in the second half, it kind of became a normal thing to just go and score goals after goals after goals. It just kept on coming.
Absolutely. I mean, Dragon Miller certainly did try and change the team as well in leg two. Maybe he expected that to bring in a positive result for him, but not the case. Even though I do want to call the fair and square gameplay, because after all, Dragon Miller this time around did showcase, at least as he moved on from leg one,
Yeah.
he was looking strong, mate. He was very determined. He was defensive, on point every single time. Stop and plays from Metronome was good.
Yeah, of course, it was good. But, at this point, when Metronome was really thrashing him down, I could have really expected something more out of Dragon Miller to
Right.
try and go for some substitutes or make some changes or change his gameplay style, because he was constantly letting those passes come in for,
Yes.
a Metronome over there. The defense could have been way too better in the final inside the D
True.
circuit, because, what really happens over there in multiple occasions we
Right.
saw, right? He takes the ball inside the D and then just gives a pass, and there you go.
Exactly.
The goal gets good.
I mean, 3 goals consecutive, one after the other. What we witnessed was exact same top right corner is where the goals were coming in against Dragon Miller, and that was not easy to witness. But again, when it comes to the gameplay that Dragon Miller has showcased today, I certainly do expect him to get a lot better with the skill and hopefully even come back stronger, because this time around, like I've discussed, he's only got one more game remaining.
Yeah.
It is looking really tough for him to be able to get into the final match itself, but nevertheless, it's all good. It's all A-OK. GG's, of course, to Metronome for a wonderful game. With that, we do reach the end of our FIFA 20 segment. Stick around as we go on a short break, because coming right up is the semi-final, final day of PUBG Mobile. Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and this is week number 8, final day upon us of the semi-finals, where indeed 20 teams have finally landed on the maps of Erangel and Miramar today. Indeed, it is the semi-finals last day. That implies a few of these teams are going to get relegated. Let's start off a conversation with the analyst joining me today. It is none other than Payne Fixes. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you so much. And well, it has been quite a journey throughout
Right.
in the semi-finals. But for finals, we just have 16 teams which are supposed to qualify. But before that, let's take a look at what's on stakes.
Absolutely, the 16 teams that shall move on forth today are looking at a prize pool of 493,000 rands. Yep, you heard that right. 493,000 rands individually segregated for the PUBG Mobile segment altogether itself.
I mean, that's some money over there, and that's in fact a lot of money. And well,
Yes.
we know how the players have been playing, and this time around we have a lot of competitors for it. Earlier it used to be a one-sided
True.
show, but this time Team NF unique with the way they've been playing and the natural killers. Juicy is one player that we have to watch out for, and Gods and Temper. Well, they've been continuing with the momentum, but House of Anubis. Yesterday they played some amazing game
True.
of PUBG Mobile. Today I expect nothing less from them.
Absolutely. As we move on along, though, 10th position is by For You Quest. Now, For You Quest is another team, so is Dark Dragons on 15th,
Yeah.
that we have seen some incredible synergistic gameplays from. But indeed, as we move on into the semifinals, it's just a completely different story. But with that, move on to the final page. This is where things have not been changing at all. It is Inkosi Esports, Citizen Gaming, Oxium, as well as Quite Stormy Sports QST. They
Yeah.
are all in that red zone as of now.
Of course, now only 16, I think 16 will be qualifying. We just have 20 teams.
Right.
So 4 teams will be eliminated right now. And these teams have a final last chance to, play out of their binds.
Exactly.
You just can't have those mediocre games. You cannot have those 5th, 6th positioning. You have to be in those top 3 consistently
Yes.
with a good number of kills.
Absolutely, that is exactly what is expected of the bottom 4 teams, to be able to get away as far away as possible from that relegation zone. With that, let's quickly start off with match number 1 itself, that I said is going to be on Erangel. So quickly, 2 our casters we throw, which is going to be DK and Pachi.
Thank you so much, Blotter and Fixes. And all right, we are getting ready for this first match, our second last one of the semi-finals, and it's gonna be a very, very interesting match. As Blotter and Fixes mentioned there, it's gonna be quite a bit of work for the players to make up those last few points. No one can really afford to just relax and take it easy, because it's the final day. And well, those 4 teams we see sitting at the bottom, they really need to put in some work to make it up, possibly out of the relegation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the biggest sort of problems that the teams sitting at the bottom at the moment face is not so much that they're not, doing work, it's that the rest of the teams are also doing work. Everyone else is still putting that work in, getting the points in, and that means it's even more difficult to actually move out of that relegation zone. I mean, those bottom 4 teams, they're going to have to pull off something huge in the coming games. Otherwise, it's really going to be super difficult. I mean, if they can't get the chickens and a whole lot of kills going forward, I think it's pretty much done and dusted.
It's going to be super, super tough. But fortunately, we are moving up onto this Erangel 2.0 map, which all the teams are quite familiar with. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see quite a few interesting things happening across this map. As you can see, that flight path taking us all the way from the Sosnovka military base and making its way up over towards Severny in that northern section. So pretty good flight path, opens up the map and quite a few of those locations that the teams just, like to frequent. So now we just need to see where the teams are going to go, what strats they're going to use, and, what they're going to do with the second last match for the semi-finals.
Yeah, we will find out exactly what it is they're going to be doing, as that flight path going all the way from that base up to Severny definitely going to allow those spots to be dropped in, and some players already heading off to that military island. So that's a feels good, man. Of course, those rest of the drops will be available as well. I don't think there's really anything that's too far out of reach, except perhaps maybe Quarry or Primorsk. But we've seen the teams, the teams going on hikes before. They don't really mind, and I don't think it's such a bad idea either. Of course, that zone drop is going to determine whether or not that's actually a viable strategy. If if it's a little bit too far, you don't want to go off there in that direction. But definitely is a possibility. You could still utilize most of this map. It's really, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking about really, yeah, we see two teams already dropping down right there over in the Nova crates, of course. This being the players from Oxy and, of course, the team from House of Anubis. So our first two teams to touch down and already start getting their loot going. And hopefully we'll see a few engagements coming in from these two teams. Oxy, of course, being one of the teams that needs to put in quite a bit of work to get those points in and move up. But we also see in the kill feed now, Inkosi just tapping away at the players there from Blink. So that's a good start for Inkosi. Getting those early kills in, you know, already so far they've got that first knock and kill. So that's 1 point to their name. And now we're just waiting to see where the remainder of the teams are going to go, where they're going to move on up to. And we have a few sections on the map here that is, well, looking quite interesting. That, of course, being Yasnaya and, well, the area we were in just now, the Nova crates. And, of course, well, that's pretty much the hotspots for the moment.
Yeah. Well, the teams up towards Yasnaya are, of course, Odyssey and Citizens. And, of course, we know Citizens, they're looking to put a couple of points on there because they are definitely in that red zone at the moment. Definitely just feeling the heat from below just a bit. And, well, I mean, if they get knocked out anytime soon, it really is going to be the final nail in the coffin, really, because these two games, I mean, sure, it's the final chance, but, I mean, despite the fact that they have 2 games left, I mean, one single game going down in a bad way can pretty much seal the deal because all the rest of the teams are definitely going to be putting the points on. And I mean, they're not going to slow down. They're not going to give any free points away. They're not going to give up the chicken spots, which means that any of these teams that want to get out of relegation have to fight like absolute monsters if they want to be able to make it up because they're going to need to get in at least top 3 spots with a good amount of kills in order to get themselves out of that zone.
Yeah, we're gonna need quite a few clutches to come through from those teams, but we'll see, you know, how this, of course, then unfolds and whether or not they'll be able to get those hits in. You know, as we mentioned, the Inkosi team already getting off to a pretty good start. So, well, let's hope that trend kind of continues across the board, and you know, we see those bottom placing teams, you know, the potential team, well, the teams that are in potential danger, getting themselves hopefully out of that relegation. You know, it is going to be a little bit of hard work. Yeah. But who knows? Anything is still possible, and they might very well make that happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still possible, but like I said, I mean, there is a sort of minimum standard that they need to sort of achieve at that point. And I mean, either they need to put an insane amount of kills on the board, or they need to, like I said, get into at least one of those top 3 spots with a good amount of kills, both of these games, if they want to do that. And hopefully, I mean, the other thing is that you have to maybe also look at targeting actual teams. You know, usually you just see who you see and you take the fight against them, but it might even be pertinent to, if you've come across a team that you know, oh, this is one of the teams that's above me, actually going out of your way to try and get that team out, just so that you can stop them from putting the points on above you, so that you can maybe try and move up. I mean, that is what it is down to. That is what these players have to be looking at if they want to move out of that relegation, because they are on that precipice, and I mean, at the end of this, we have to get those 4 teams out of the picture, and we have to move on to the next stage. And you know, it's just how it is.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, moving a team out of the way is not one of the easiest things to do, especially going up against the competition here. You know, it's going to be super tough and super hard work. You know, and well, looking forward to seeing whether or not that's going to happen, whether the teams will be able to pull that move off, or whether or not they're going to just remain in the position that they're in. And at the current moment, we have quite a few teams you can see there on your map, just busy rotating on up in towards that zone. That zone, of course, shifting all the way over towards the western side, almost in the northwest. So quite an interesting shift there. And the teams actually have to cover quite a bit of ground to make it all the way in. So, well, we have a few more teams still on the outside of that zone, all the way over towards the far eastern side. That, of course, being the players with the likes of BBC, Quiet Storm. We've got the Citizens, we've got Reluctant, and also the players from House of Anubis. But now Spaza Gaming making the approach towards that western bridge. And we see some of the team players there from Oxy already managing to get across. Now, I mean, that would be a pretty good position to set up a bridge camp. As you know, we can see there's teams on the Sosnovka military base that need to use that bridge to get on up towards the mainland.
Yeah, could definitely be a good spot to be in, and I think it might just be pertinent to just set up in there just set up shop, wait for the players to come across. And I mean, you can already see on the map, the players are indeed making their way across already. So it is a potential for some fights there. Definitely some shots will be fired either way. You can see the teams making their way in, and we've got a couple of them right in the middle of that zone, sitting around there. Temper having made their way up very quickly. And they do seem to like that sort of area. They might even be moving towards South George. They do tend to enjoy that area as well. So we'll see if they actually move on in that direction. Most of the teams now already inside the zone. We just got a couple of those outliers towards the east, both in the north and south, just going to make their way across. We'll see if House of Anubis use the eastern bridge, which they are right next to, or if they go all the way across the island. I hope they don't, because they're going to be running into quite a party if they do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because they've now gone ahead as a gaming team, they've now gone ahead and set up that bridge camp. As you can see, the shots now just flying on up. We got Yanni and the remainder of his team just on the opposite end of that bridge. And well, with the other two, I don't know. Well, sorry, that's the whole squad of Oxy. Well, Oxide already made his rotation up early, as we saw a little while ago, getting that move across the bridge. And he's now heading up in towards the northern section. But what's also interesting to note is close to that hospital area, we've got the players from the Natural Killers as well as Temper, just converging on that point. The Dragons also not being too far away. We're seeing quite a few teams, in fact, making their way up in that direction and also trying to move on up in towards that central part.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. We had Temper move all the way towards South George, but there's already the Dragons in there. Now they have the Natural Killers just beneath them, so that could be a little bit of a sandwich. And lots of teams moving into the center, like you said, sort of converging along that central point, as we've seen has become a bit of a trend recently. Sort of just getting themselves into that good spot, and it's sort of a twofold bonus, because not only are you in the middle of the zone, which gives you a better rotate option, you also are close to some teams, so there's potential for some knocks, maybe some fights that you could potentially take, and you also secure if the zone drops on top of you, which it does often happen, then you're also secured for the next one. You don't have to go anywhere, and you can really just focus on the fights for 1 or 2 zones back to back, which is pretty good.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this goes, and well, the teams are all still busy making their way on up in towards zone. The team there from Oxy deciding to rather move along, getting into their boat and trying to rotate around through the blue zone all the way around Primorsk. I don't think they would necessarily be able to make it in before the zone moves. They've got a little bit of time left. They've got a minute and about 25 seconds until the next zone shift. So, well, there is potential for them to make it all the way around, of course, depending on, the fuel that they have in their vehicle. And as you can see, that zone shifting up in towards that northern section. And we see quite a few teams now getting quite cozy there. We've got iEnvy, we've got Vibrant, we've got Odyssey, and the Outsiders all just converging over towards that eastern side of the mountain.
Yeah, definitely looking like a bit of a hotspot, and we often see a team get up towards the top of the hill, but no one's done that just yet. We're all sort of fighting around the side of it. Now Vibe is going to pull the trigger over here towards iEnvy. Well, let's see if they get the hits in.
A pretty aggressive push here by Vibrant. They're just rushing straight on up, not giving the players here from iEnvy any opportunities. And, well, so far it's been pretty tough, and Vibrant manages to put those finishing hits in, sending them right off into the lobby. So well done there to the team from Vibe. And, of course, now several more teams are making their way on in. So, well, Vibrant is not out of the woods just yet. As you can see, we've got the Outsiders just sitting over towards that southeastern side. So there's some potential for more shots to come in. And we also see the team from Inkosi. They've got a few players now also heading up in their direction. House of Anubis, we've got the players from Spaza Gaming heading in as well. So it might get quite interesting.
Yeah, it certainly will. So we'll see how this goes. Odyssey going to be popping a couple of shots towards the Outsiders, getting some explosions going, and making it a little bit more difficult for the Outsiders to move around now. Just putting a little bit of a crutch in. You can see most of the teams really converging at the moment. Of course, Odyssey still putting those shots across. We still have 19 teams, though. Only one team has been knocked out so far. Of course, that being the players from iEnvy there. So, I mean, we've still got a lot of players in this, lots and lots of teams, and, well, the zone is converging once again. Most of the teams already inside of it, so the zone is looking more and more packed as time progresses here. Of course, Odyssey now trying to put the shots to Outsiders. Kizzen gonna take the hit, so Cider just tapping away there at the health bars of Outsiders. Looks like they're taking quite a bit of damage there.
Now, this is one thing we haven't seen in a while, is so many teams just, you know, converging on a central position. And, well, this is, well, going to lead to quite a bit of action, as you can see now with the players here between the Outsiders and the team from Odyssey. They're just tapping those hits away, putting the shots in all directions. And then, of course, we still have Gunner now moving up right towards that mountaintop. So it's going to be quite interesting. Vibe also just here. Ooh, there's so much potential and a lot of action just going to come from this region alone.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Odyssey now just trying to hammer the shots right on home, trying to wipe out another team here. The amount of teams might be concerning for some of the players here, but might give some opportunities for some of those teams at the bottom to try and put those points in. See if they can manage it. Zero just scanning the hillside, looking to see if he can find any of the players exposed, but they're not. So nothing found just yet. In the meantime, of course, Quest now going to be taking a little bit of damage from Spaza.
Let's see, will they be able to get those hits in? Man, it's going to be so close. Ooh, Spaza now just rushing straight up towards the team there from Quest. Not wasting any time. We can see them on the map just moving straight in. Oh, and Odyssey still trying to put those hits in. But look at the kill feed though. Vibe and Odyssey, a nice exchange between the two teams.
Yeah, we're having quite an interesting prolonged fight, I guess. And Spaza also putting the hits in still to Quest, so we've got a pretty decent amount of shots now flying in. That is no surprise, as that zone has gotten a whole lot smaller, and those rotates do need to start coming through. So the fight's, of course, going to start breaking out. Most of them down here towards the south, but also, once again, no surprises. That's where the majority of the teams are located at this point, really concentrated down towards that area. But the hill is actually still inside the zone, so we could still have Gun potentially just getting some third-party shots in all across the board.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting, you know. Oh, just look at those shots. We had a quick sneak peek there from Spaza Gaming getting sent into the lobby. And, well, Inkosi is now just rotated up a little bit closer towards the players there from Vibe and Odyssey. So we are in for a bit of a show here. Now, this is the part where Inkosi can really get those points in. You know, they need them to kind of move on up. And we'll see. Oh, it's a really tough start there. Vibe just tapping away, putting those shots in. Now, everything is pretty much riding on Sunny and Frieza. If they can, you know, come in and get a few clutches going, that would be pretty cool for them. But, well, the likeliness of that happening, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, things looking tight for a lot of these teams. And, well, it is what it is. At the end of the day, you've got to try your absolute best. But if you can't make it happen, you can't make it happen. And that's just the name of the game. And I'm keeping my eyes on some of the teams that need to get out of that relegation. Of course, those being Quiet Storm and Citizens. They are up to the north, taking a couple of fights. Looks like Natural Killer's going to be throwing themselves around and just making sure that these matches are indeed official here for us. So thank you for that. And, well, we're going to have a look and see where the shots start to fly now. EFX going to put a couple across to the Natural Killers. Reluctant also taking a bit of hit. So we're really starting to see the fights break out now.
Yeah, we're seeing a nice conversion as well over on the northern side of the zone. We've got the players there from Reluctant, EFX, and Quiet Storm getting quite close together. As you can see, Blink and the Natural Killers now on screen, just sitting over here in, well, the Georgia Ball crates. We've got House of Anubis sitting off over towards that eastern side, almost southeast. And, well, the teams are still putting in those hits. And Inkosi now managing to get a few more shots going. Vibe also just tapping away at Quest. So it's a bit of a change. Yeah, a bit of a change off there between the teams. The shots just flying back and forth. You can see Tempo, of course, now also just moving in, pushing up right towards Blink here.
Oh, and the zone getting even tighter at this point and going down towards the south. So lots of teams going to have to move in, but we've already got some big spots inside the zone already taken out. I mean, Temper's sitting in here, Blink sitting in here, Natural Killers are here, House of Anubis is here, the Dragons are here, Gun is there, even the Natural Killers. I mean, everyone's here up inside the zone already. There's so little space to work with.
It's going to be super tough for you. I mean, Natural Killers just losing one of their players there as well now. And, I mean, the space is so small, and we have that hilltop in the way as well, you know? Yeah. So to make things just that little bit harder, the teams now have to try and potentially maybe scale that mountain to try and put those hits in. And we see so many teams busy just rushing on up on towards each other. We see the reluctant team now going for that very wide rotation, using that George Bull bridge. And, you know, moving in from North George to South George and trying to take that approach to come on in towards zone. But Blink now, getting a few casualties here as well. The shots just keep on flying in. It's a really, really tough position to defend.
Yeah. And I mean, it doesn't even matter which way the rotates come in at this point. You're going to get into that zone. And it is going to be crammed already. You're just going to have to fight your way in, fight for a spot, and hope that you just don't get taken out by 3 or 4 teams who will just turn their attention towards you, because that is a very, very real possibility right now for these teams sitting in here. I mean, you can see those shots just absolutely flying. We got 51 players still, and those numbers are about to drop here as Odyssey is now getting pushed by 5.
Yeah, no, so they're still going at it. I mean, Vibe and Odyssey. Now, Gun also just off onto the side. They've moved the fight on up towards this mountain. So both these teams are battling it out. And then, of course, Gun pretty sure that they are going to start coming in with those third parties and just getting those hits in. And I think we're about to see that happen. Vibe and Odyssey just still going at each other here. Odyssey taking quite a bit of damage. It seems like they are only down to Sidon now.
Yeah, not a great spot to be in. Sidon gonna have to play quite a game, and he might just get flanked straight up. Yeah, there it is. The shots go right on into him, and he's not feeling too good after that one. Supreme now gonna try for the res. He's very low on HP, and he might just get pushed here. 6, moving up. Ooh.
Oh, what a play that was, though, by Gun. Beautiful pushing, just, you know, putting in head after head, and, well, it paid off. I mean, fantastic maneuvers there. And we're seeing several more hits now happening across the board as the players there from Oxy are just taking shots from the citizens now. And the Dragons also just up on top here, just watching everything from the balcony, trying to not expose themselves too much. They are still, fortunately, sitting on a full squad. So there's quite a bit of potential still left here for them. Oh, damn, getting hit in the face, Reverb. Oof, man. Yeah, that's pretty tough when that happens.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be taking a Mini 14 to the face, and it looks like that seems to be a real possibility for some of the teams. Quietstorm now, they're going to have to do quite a bit, and they're pushing up towards Gun. Gun now putting the fire straight on across, and Quietstorm have a lot of work to do. They do not want it right here. This is not even top 10. This is not what they need. They're going to have to put the shots across, and there goes the first Gren, and absolutely explodes them straight out of that lobby. Damn.
That's surprisingly well done. I mean, yeah, like Gun is quite used to fighting on this mountain, you know? We've seen them on here several times. And, well, GG to Quietstorm coming in and just, you know, sending them right back into that lobby. Fantastic. That was just absolutely fantastic. Well, we are down to 12 teams now, 34 players left. And as you can see, we got a few teams already positioned in that zone. We're waiting now for BBC and Temper as well as Blink to make their rotations in. We got Oxy and Reluctant, also their last few players, right all the way over in towards that southern section. And, well, they also need to try and get on in. So hopefully they manage to make it in. You know, the extra placement points will do wonders. So let's see how far they get.
Yeah, let's see indeed how far they get, as now you can see Temper getting raided by House of Anubis. Shady trying to fire back onto the straggling player's self. Just crawling around here trying to look for some info as House of Anubis trying to reset themselves here and maybe take some fights. Nas actually going to get hit. Some stray shots going to be coming straight on across. That's the natural killers. So this is a bit of a third party going on here. They are in a very, very difficult position.
Yo, and it's quite tough though. I mean, you can see the teams just sitting here in this area here. They've both teams in fact taken quite a bit of damage. Oh, there we go. Shady just quickly finishing them off, putting those hits right into House of Anubis. So with that, we are down to 11 teams now, and we see another bit of a conversion over in the crates, as there's quite a bit of a hard cover for the teams to utilize and move around in. So I'm hoping in one, you know, on the one side that the zone kind of stays there, that we can see that, you know, that kind of that urban fighting happening. You know, that really close quarters. Because that would be super interesting to watch.
Yeah, it certainly would be. We'll see if that is the case. At the moment, Blink going to get hit by the players there from Tempers. They're trying to survive just in their little house, trying to just keep themselves alive and try and make up the ranks, try and get up some more points here. They don't really need them, but of course you want to be fighting as hard as you can just to make it more competitive and really just keep yourself towards the top, put in as many points as you can. Right now, Quiet Storm moving up, Blitz going to be there, and Shady actually also putting in some hits, so Quiet Storm now in a little bit of an issue, or a little bit of trouble, as that blue zone is hot on their heels and they have to make it into the zone with so many crosshairs trained in their direction.
Yeah, and well done to Temper, just picking them off, you know, just capitalizing on this bit of a gatekeep they've got here. And Lone God is now the lone survivor. Will he be able to make it? But all the teams are, in fact, just shifting their attention right over towards him. As you can see, Blink also now getting involved and putting a few shots across. And just like that, they all get sent to the lobby. So now we're just waiting to see, you know, how these teams are going to play it. This last section of the map is just a big open piece of land. You know, there's one tree, and that's it. That's the cover. There's one tree to hide behind.
Yeah,
wow.
That is a bit of a tough one, to say the least. That's a bit of a tough one. I think all the fights are probably going to want to happen before they get into the zone, which means they're going to want to pull the trigger right now. They're going to try and take as many fights as possible right now, because once they get into that zone, it is just going to be absolute chaos. Everyone's just going to be shooting in every direction, and it's going to be just down to luck, sheer luck, as who manages to stay alive in something like that.
And it's gonna be. I mean, you're gonna need luck, and then, you know, some more luck on top of that, with you know, a little bit of a side order of luck as well, you know, to make it all the way, because we've got 22 players and everyone now needs to move on up in towards the zone. This blue zone is not giving them much choice. They have to start rotating, and now you'll see those heads just coming in. The natural killers start putting them in there. Seller getting a quick few. BBC getting hit in the process as well. Their vehicle getting blown up. They're pushing up right on towards the players there from EFX, and of course we see Blink also now just tapping away. The Dragons also needing to find their way up in towards zone. This is going to be super, super tough.
Yeah, I mean, only the toughest will survive in this one at this point, and Shroud going to open things up onto Seller. Put some hits in towards the Natural Killers, as now everyone's trying to move on up, and the Natural Killers and Blink taking a little bit of time. Temper trying to move up into the zone, EFX also just off to the side. Shady, of course, getting in towards the edge there. We've got 6 teams, 13 players remaining here, and, well, things are looking very, very difficult here. Cover absolutely minuscule at this point, and they're just going to have to find these shots somehow.
Now we see Vile moving up to, well, our lone tree in the zone there. So let's see, will Vile be able to use that position and put in the shots needed? Because we got EFX now, or sorry, rather the Blink team, just moving up bit by bit. We got Superior just hiding out in the smoke here. President about to join him. Those nades now flying up straight over towards Vile. We got EFX sitting in that northern section. The Dragons over towards the east. And then, of course, we got Temper and Citizens in the south. So let's see. Here comes President just rushing straight up. Oh, gets the hit. Sends Vile packing. And, of course, Shady coming in with those grins. And, well, just making them regret that move almost nearly instantly.
Yeah. 5 teams remaining now. It's going to be a tough one here. And they've got a tree. They've got some smokes. There are some vehicles just popped down there for some cover. But there is really not much to work with. I mean, even the terrain is relatively flat. There's barely a ditch to hide behind at this point. It is just going to be so tough for these teams. And who's going to make it all? Blink gonna get absolutely clapped by Shady there. That's gonna feel a little bit bad, but it is exactly what's gonna happen in the zone. Yeah. There is nothing to hide behind. There is nowhere to go. It is just who can find the shot first.
Yeah, and Shady doing some fantastic work here, of course, just really utilizing those vehicles, you know, taking advantage of the cover. And of course, the Dragons, as well as the players there from EFX, they're in quite a vulnerable position because they need to find their way into that zone without, of course, you know, getting taken out. But what's interesting to note that is there's a little bit of a trench, a little bit of a slight, you know, incline in the map here. So if the players could potentially move on up, you know, they could get a little bit of additional cover.
Oh, Flo's actually doing quite a bit of work here. Finally, he's going to get taken out, but I mean, that's top 3 spot and a few extra kills for Citizens. That's absolutely huge for them. They're going to be feeling a little bit happy about that one. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough just yet, but it is definitely a start. But now we've got our 2 remaining teams, that of course being the Dragons and Shady. 3 players, 1v2. Blade off to the side, Shaq off to the other, and Shady behind this car to try and make this happen.
I mean, this is going to be super, super tough. And well, fortunately, the Dragons still have 2 players left. But what we've seen before, you know, it's like we've seen some crazy clutch plays come in. You know,
yeah,
this might be a good win for the Dragons, but it's not going to be an easy win. It's going to be super, super tough, depending on what approach they take. And Shady, he's just got that zone in his favor. You know, he's blessed with the zone for this one, especially. The Dragons in a bit of trouble right there on the edge of that blue zone. Oh, it shifts up once again, and Shady does not have to move an inch.
Ooh,
smack dab zone again. I mean, if Shady doesn't get this, you know, I don't know. I think he might very well get it, because, you know, the Dragons need to run on up in towards zone. This blue zone, of course, about to close in about 25 seconds.
Ooh,
this hits though.
Oh, he's giving his position away as well. He's exposing himself to try and get the hit. There goes Blade. 1v1. Oh,
that was close.
That could be exactly what he needed.
Oh, come
on. No, he switches weapons.
Oh, Shek gets it.
Oh.
Shek got the hit. Well freaking done. What a face-off that was. And well, up comes the Dragons, landing that final hit. Blade and Shek making it all the way up into that final circle right there. And man, what a fight that was for that chicken. Absolutely insane. I mean, brutal zone at the end though.
Yeah, that was an absolutely brutal zone at the end. There's 0 cover. It was just right down to the wire. And I honestly thought he was going to lose it there. He was switching weapons at the last moment, and as soon as he does that, he just manages to get those final shots in. Absolutely insane. What a great way to start the evening off. So let's not waste any more time. Let's throw it straight back to the desk to see what they have to say about it.
Thank you so very much, DK and Pashi. Indeed, that was an exhilarating game coming in from all the teams. I mean, it was just guns blazing throughout, and especially as that circle brought in those final few teams. That was a cluster. That was a big cluster.
I mean, absolutely. Initially when we had the Western Circle, I thought it would go somewhere around the Gatka area, or maybe higher up towards Chorjapal, the northern side of Chorjapal.
Right.
But there was a moment when we thought it would, we really had anticipated it might be an Everest Circle, but that did not happen. We did get to see some of the shenanigans over there. Quite Storm taking one grenade and entirely wiping out a whole squad. But as we came further, so the circle was way too open in the end. We had no covers, and during that last 7th or 8th circle, it just felt like it was destined for Shady. You know, where he was dead smack. It was just the entire area. But what really gave up his position was he took those initial shots and he just had those covers. So it was the only cover inside the entire circle. And what Dark Dragons did is that they had spread out their players, forming that crossfire. Yeah, even if one gets knocked down from one angle, the other one was there for the backup. What Dark Dragons could have really done better in this situation was that when they had spotted down the player, both the players should have come in together.
Yes.
So that could have been a rather easier job, but still, nevertheless, they did manage to clutch it out, courtesy to that one grenade, damaging almost his entire HP.
That is so crucial, so very crucial that was, because after all, I mean, that was another thing that I was looking at, that it was one man standing, right?
Yeah.
It was one man standing for Godsend, and he was not looking too confident, because this was something that you had pointed out.
Yeah.
If other players can already see there are 2 cars, that is the only cover that anybody would have. Throw a grenade, get rid of those cars, and before you know it, you might just get a kill. But GG's indeed to the likes of Dark Dragons, because before the game started, we did showcase that master leaderboard where indeed Dark Dragons were, I believe, on the 15th. They were on the 2nd page, I believe.
Yeah, they were. But you know, I really feel good about Citizens Gaming. They did manage to survive for so long. And let's take a look at the standings and see how this map fared for all the teams.
Absolutely. Dark Dragons, of course, right there on top with 7 kills, taking a chicken dinner for themselves. That is going to give them a huge boost on that leaderboard. But on the other side, of course, as you mentioned, 3rd spot taken over by Citizens.
Yeah, of course, and this might just give them a boost in the overall standings. Let's see if they can actually make it up. But Inkosi Esports, their woes really continue, not being able to pull off something out of this world. But Team
Ouch.
NF Unique and House of Anubis, well, we did expect something more out of them, but still
Right.
nothing much to worry about. They have qualified, and they know in the finals it's going to be all. It's going to be a clean slate, so
Right.
every single team will get an equal chance to again compete, and this time for the prize pool.
Oh boy, this is going to get that much more exciting and exhilarating as we get into the finals. But again, today it is still the semi-final day, where indeed is the final match that is left on Miramar. And talking about the map, this is the map where Godsend was able to clutch their first chicken dinner. So again, the way Godsend has been playing, we might expect them to be on top, but then again, we've got the likes of BBC, National Killers. There are just so many good teams. Gun ain't that far away. Hopefully, House of Anubis is this time going to be able to get around, but nevertheless, never mind that, because right now it is time for us to go on a short little break for you guys to take a chill pill. We'll be right back with match number 2.
Welcome back, everyone. All right, so we are getting ready to get into our final match of the semi-finals. This, of course, heading straight on up in towards the Miramar map. So it's going to be a super interesting one, quite a large map, and well, quite a few teams in here, and this is going to be their final battle to get those points in before the relegation kicks in. So, Batchy, I think we're in for quite a bit of entertainment here, and the teams are, well, going to be putting up quite a bit of a fight, and, well, a pretty good show.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just seeing some of those teams right at the bottom there, just putting in the work to try and make it into the final top three, you know, into those top slots is definitely really, really great to see. And I mean, even if it doesn't work out for them, even if they do end up getting relegated, I mean, you know, definitely they've shown that they've put in some serious work here. And I mean, they could come back, you know, it's not the final end of the draw, you know, there's always the next time and the next time after that. So, I mean, these teams have all just put in such great work here. Absolutely amazing all across the board. And well, here is the final one for the evening. And well, we're going to see how it pans out on Miramar, the gigantic map, the deceptively large play field for all these teams, and that flight path going to be all the way down to the south.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, but I think we saw this 2 days ago as well.
Yeah.
You know, we had the same flight path on Friday. Yeah, same flight path on Friday as well. So, yeah, it's a pretty tough one. Not you know, not making too much of the map available to the players here. So, you know, they are a little bit confined to the southern region. But, of course, you know, they are free to travel whichever way. And, well, of course, we're just waiting to see where the zone is going to take us. And that will then determine, you know, which way around, well, this game's going to go. Because at the current moment, yeah, it's a little bit tough.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those very tough spots, because the fact of the matter is you can start moving up to the north very quickly, and that would probably be my first instinct, you know, try and take as much of that northern portion of the map as possible, just to try and get away from not only the teams, but also to get some free space and you know, get the loot and whatnot, maybe get a bit more comfortable. But the problem is, if that zone goes all the way down to the south, I mean, that means such a long rotate. It means you're going to have a difficult time of it. But we've seen the zone just do crazy things. And I mean, there we go. Right off to the northeast is where the zone is going to be dropping. And I mean, all the teams who decided to drop down towards the south, and specifically the southwest, are going to have one heck of a time. I mean, I would jump straight into the first car that I find and just move immediately as far north as I could go.
It's definitely going to be a pretty tough one. And, well, it's made, well, Los Leones become quite the hotspot. As you can see, we have quite a large number of teams just dropping down in this area as well. So we've got 3 teams, well, potentially 5, depending on where the Citizens and INV rotate up to, of course. But, well, we've got Vibe, we've got the players from Oxy, as well as Odyssey, touching it down right here in Los Leones. And then, of course, over in Picardo, we've got the players there from Quest and Unique. So we are bound to see a few shots flying up in that section, and Reluctant, of course, taking that that Impala site, you know, landing on the surrounding areas there. We've got the Natural Killers, of course, heading up in towards their Val del Mar once again, and Gun moving up towards Monte Nuevo. So now we're just waiting to see, and just look at that that spread out here in Los Leones. It's there's quite a few players here.
Yeah. Yeah, there certainly are. I mean, there's some pretty decent space in between them, but I mean, the potential is definitely there. They could easily put the hits across. It's not out of the question, and I'm sure that as soon as they've got all the loot going for themselves, they'll very quickly start to get a feel for where the enemies are sitting and start putting the hits across. But I must say, if I was playing in this map right now, I would be absolutely clapped, because I would have definitely jumped down towards the island in the south, and, well, I would have a very, very long journey ahead of me to get up there. And a lot of these teams do. They've got a long journey ahead of them. I mean, the Natural Killers all the way down there. They're pretty much, I think, the furthest away from the zone at this point. So definitely going to have to step 2, especially considering the zone will eventually start to make its way in about a minute.
Yeah. And this is, of course, now the perfect opportunity for the teams to, you know, get the rotations done, get on up in towards zone, and, you know, get into a pretty good position. Because at the moment it feels like, you know, they're trying to I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. But, you know, sometimes we see the teams battling it out on the outside of the zone instead of getting those rotations done, you know, getting up in towards zone.
No.
You know, the players here from Unique and Quest, they don't have to move because, you know, the zone is cutting through right here where they are. You know, so they're in a pretty comfortable position. They don't have to rotate much. They can just, you know, continue with what they want to do here. be that try and get in the kills, which we hope that is what they're going to be doing. And then of course, then from there, just take one step to the side and they're in zone.
Yeah, well, right now they're going to be getting into a little bit of an altercation here as Unique is putting a couple of shots in it towards Quest, and Quest we're trying to return the favor, and we actually see Odyssey and Vibe also going at it there in the kill feed. So you can see a couple of teams now getting nice and close, getting the shots across, which is good to see. But you have to start wondering, is this going to become a problem? Because once the zone starts to push in, if these teams all congress down towards the south and funnel up, it is going to be absolutely nuts.
It's going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, we'll only know where that's going to go once the zone, of course, gets moving. And well, we see quite a few players trying to make their way around. Look at this Picado area as well. You can see we got the players there from Quest sitting up in that northern section, of course, Unique over in the southern part or the southeastern part. But Quiet Storm and the Citizens are going at each other in the kill feed. Of course, over towards the south there, and well, getting quite a few nice knocks coming in there as well.
Yeah, the Quiet Storm and Citizens going at it is quite an interesting fight to be had there, because I mean these are players that are fighting to try and make it out of relegation, and well, I think it was the Citizens did a pretty decent job in the previous one, getting third place, but they still got a long way to go. And if they don't manage to put anything on the board here, it's pretty much done for them. I think they're going to have a difficult time trying to move themselves out. And I mean, as the game moves on, we will basically know for sure or not whether it's absolutely locked in. If they can get a couple of those higher spots, maybe some kills, it might just be a question. But I think, yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for them. For the rest of the teams, they're just going to be fighting it out to maintain their positions. Nobody wants to drop down into that relegation. Some of the teams are sort of threatened with that particular problem, so they're just going to be wanting to keep themselves somewhat consistent, and they should be fine.
Yeah, well, we've got a few teams that are already quite comfortable in their position. That, of course, all the way up and towards that northern section. We got the players there from EFX, quite comfy in Al Azhar. We've got Blink just on the patrol up in the north there as well. We see the Outsiders near water treatment, so they're pretty set in their position. We've got Temper, holding up in San Martin. And, well, we might potentially see a few gatekeepers depending on where these teams position themselves, Quest and Unique, as we mentioned a few times, there's not a lot of movement required just yet, unless, of course, they feel that they have to. But, I mean, for now, the two teams can just battle it out and see who gets control of the area here. And some great nades now coming in from Faker there, just putting them straight up in towards Skydo. Now, let's see, will Hates get it? We got a Rush, of course, now slowly just creeping on up right there towards Unique. Oh, is he going to get it? Oh, headshot. Wow.
Yeah, he just turns the corner and it's clap, clap, clap. Wow.
What a
just
play,
running
though.
through the players. Look at that.
I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. Just, I mean, the aggression there, just moving up, just taking it head after head after head. Yeah, fantastic job. Well done. Quest really, really getting some beautiful plays in there. Well done.
Yeah, and that's a nice promise for the future. Maybe we'll see a couple more crazy players like that. We do have a couple of teams moving up towards one another down towards the south as they make their rotations in, and it's sort of what I expected to see based on the fact that we had so many teams down south. They had to move on up, and, well, they chose the path of... the quickest path, should I say, in towards that zone, and that's going to mean that they end up in a very close proximity to one another. So we'll see if this sparks any fights, or if the teams will maybe just spread out a little bit to try and save themselves for a later zone.
Well, let's see how it goes. Oh, those heads now flying up towards the Citizens. So, well, they're taking a bit of damage. Odyssey now also stepping up to the party. So let's see, will they be able to get any more hits in? We've got the Dragons also just over towards the north of their position. And of course, well, EFX also, that's Blink just off in the distance. Sparta Gaming also not too far away, so there's quite a bit of potential here for some nice bits of action to come in.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, well, what I'm looking at the moment is BBC, who moved up to El Pozo, and now they're slowly trickling down through that blue zone. But because of the fact that they are in that blue zone, they're choosing to go down in towards the sort of San Martin area, and they might just find a bit of resistance there. The zone going to move up, and INV actually going to be putting in a lot of hits at the moment. You can see Vibe not feeling too good right now, trying to just recover from what exactly is going on here.
It's a pretty tough one as there's so many teams on the move, and you know, like you got to kind of decide, are you going to stay in the position that you're in and try and battle it out, or you know, just try get enough knocks in so that you can actually move out of the area. But it seems like the two teams here are just going to start taking this fight. We got Inspector now pushing up solo against the squad. Ooh, managing to get a quick hit in. Oh, down he goes. The remainder of the squad, of course, now elsewhere. But it seems like they're just rushing in. There we go. Up they come for the save. Will that be enough, though? INV gets taken down by Vibrant. Well done. Well played. There we go. So, well, yet another team getting sent to the lobby. We are sitting on 18 now with, well, 96 players in play. So we've said goodbye to two teams, and of course, being Unique and INV.
Yeah, we got 69 players. Nice. But yeah, we still got so many teams down towards the south. I mean, you can see the concentrations definitely there. We have the Natural Killers and Quiet Storm actually still moving up. Natural Killers obviously being the furthest away, and they also took a very long way around, so they just took their chances with the blue zone. Not that bad. I mean, it's the first and second blue zone. It's not horrible, but they are going to be moving all along the coast to try and make it up into the zone. And they're going to find themselves in a bit of a pressure pot because it is absolutely building right now. As you can see, teams are just getting on closer and closer. And the shots definitely going to start ringing out because, I mean, these teams, they're running out of space, and they're running out of space fast.
Yeah, no, it's going to be... speaking about running out of space, you know, we've got the players there from Vibe. We've got Gun right on top of them and Oxy, you know, so there's not a lot of space. And then, of course, I don't know what Bob's doing here. Oh, there we go, flipping the vehicle around. But yeah, I mean, it's La Bendita is also getting a pretty cramped, you know, becoming quite a cramped spot there. And we've got the outsiders that we just saw there. We've got Temper and the Dragons in the vicinity. So, well, there we go. This is the fight that I was talking about. Gun, Vibe, and of course, we've got the players from Oxy just over towards the edge, not too far away either. And just a little bit to the west, we see the players from Blink, Quest, and the Spaza Gaming also getting quite close and cozy. Comfy.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, definitely. They're getting all nice and snugly up in there, getting super close, just giving one another the taste of their bullets and saying, "Hey, how does this feel?" And it certainly feels bad, especially when you're getting clapped back to the lobby. It doesn't feel all too good. Slowly but surely, those numbers are dropping, 68 to 67. Players remaining as the shots not coming out. Ooh, Vibrant really just going to hammer away. Gun not feeling too good. They're going to try and return fire, but they're a little bit off in the distance, so they don't really have immediate fire back potential.
It's a bit of a spread there, you know. This map also, it being quite large, it's difficult to cover those large distances in enough time to be able to get in and provide that support. Because we see Pyro and Nerf, you know, they've fallen back a little bit there, and well, it's good for the team because they can continue to fight, but you know, they lost out on two of the players that got knocked in the process. Vibe, of course, putting those shots in, and well, it seems like Vibe is now still closing in, you know, slowly but surely making their way up, and they have to go through Gun to get up into zone, unless of course they, you know, hop on into their vehicles and take a different route.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of decisions having to be made here by the teams as they try and make their way in. And Tempo, once again, they've positioned themselves in such a way that now they're sitting right in the middle of the zone. They don't have to go anywhere. They have a decent spot to have a look at all the teams. But of course, they could be caught out if they're not careful. So we'll see how it plays out, because there's still a whole lot of teams and a whole lot of players still alive that are going to make their way into the zone and make it an absolute... Well, I don't know. It's just going to be a shots ringing out endlessly until everyone's gone.
Yeah, well, especially on that southern section. And, well, we got Vibe getting their vehicle stuck in a very strange way. Well done. There we go. It's not every day that we see that happening. But, yeah, a lot of teams making their way up, especially from that southern side. And, well, we got the team there from Temper as well as the outsiders already positioning themselves pretty much in the center of the map. So pretty good positioning, you know, they could really capitalize on that as all the teams now start slowly trickling in towards the zone. We see BBC and the Citizen teams, of course, just battling it out over in that northwestern side. But a lot of teams moving up from the south. And we've got Odyssey, as you can see just on the screen there. And right here with them, we've got the team from Reluctant. So some shots now flying up between the two. Reluctant, oh, one player taken down, one knocked, and two still in place. So let's see, will they be able to continue the fight and put those hits into Odyssey, or will Odyssey send them straight into the lobby?
Well, it's close, but Smitty doesn't have any lost HP, so it's going to be a little bit easier for him. He's just got to toss the grenade to be safe. Should land. I mean, it's definitely in this vicinity. Oh, it's actually going to miss the shrapnel, not getting over all the distance, so going to be a little bit difficult now. Smitty taking a bit of fire from across the hillway. Let's see if he can finally land these grenades. He's trying to land them, but they're just not covering that final distance.
And Reluctant needs to be careful as well, because we've got the players there from Quiet Storm just moving up over towards their northeast. You know, so if they're not careful, they might very well get third-partied. So there's quite a bit at stake here. You know, are they going to continue the fight with the Odyssey team, or are they fall back? And it seems like they're falling back, but they can't go too far back because, like I mentioned, we got Quiet Storm right there behind them. So it's a pretty tough predicament that they find themselves in here.
Yeah, and how they respond to it is definitely going to decide how this pans out, because they could potentially maybe snake their way out towards the north and try and escape. But as the players are closing in, it's going to be more and more difficult to do so. You can see all of the players down towards the south sort of just getting in towards the zone and making it very close vibe, trying to put the hits in towards natural killers at the moment, and that zone getting a whole lot smaller. Look at that. That's just going to make things even more tough.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be crazy tough. just looking at the amount of players we still got left here, 59 players, 18 teams. I mean, this is some crazy odds moving up in towards this final section here. Well, not final section, but moving on up in towards the next zone. It's less than 1 kilometer wide, and it's going to be super, super tough. Odyssey, Reluctant, and Quiet Storm right there next to each other. The blue zone, of course, now busy devouring the players there from the Natural Killers. We got Vibe not too far away. Reluctant, as you can see on the screen, just still trying to put those hits into Quiet Storm. And then, of course, if we move over towards that western side, we got the team there from Quest and Oxy, as well as Sparza Gaming and House of Anubis, all moving in from that western side.
Yeah, and we just saw the players from the Natural Killers get taken out as well. I mean, it's a little bit of a shame for them because they were so far away and they decided to play the long game and move around, and they got caught out in any case. That's a pretty feels bad man way to go, but at least now we still have a little bit less players here to get into the zone. Still a whole bunch of them though, and well, Inkosi and Odyssey already taking the fight there. Quest just beside them, and everyone trying to squeeze into this tiny zone here. Less than 1 kilometer across to fit 54 players, 17 teams to try and slot themselves in here like a puzzle. But can it fit? That's the question.
Well, fortunately, there's a few compounds and such, spread out across this this section of the zone here. So the players actually have a little bit of hard cover. As you can see, the Dragons already positioning themselves in one of these compounds. We got the team there from EFX just sitting over towards their northwestern side. BBC also not too far away, so we might see a few shots coming in there. But Temper now getting hit in the process as well. Oh, this is going to be a super tough zone. And I mean, I can't get over that southern section. There's so many teams. You can just see a little sneak peek of that on the mini screen here, or the mini map up in the top right corner there. So many teams just moving up from that southern position.
Yeah, and well, you can see on your screen here, it's a tough one for EFX. They're trying to put the shots towards BBC, but there's a couple of players just all along the ridge here trying to play across this hill. It's a very difficult situation to be in. You can see those shots are absolutely flying off left, right, center from all across the map. The fight's happening. It's a giant circle at this point of teams.
Well, let's see, will any of these teams be able to get those essential shots? Oh, BBC now taking a bit of damage there. Falak getting hit by Reverb. So BBC slowly but surely just dodging back and forth. You got Nihal and I can't see the other name. Yeah, Nihal and teammate, let's call them that. Just putting those shots in. Nihal now getting hit in the process. Sorry for messing up the name, but I mean, the shots, it's just absolutely insane. And off they go. BBC getting sent to the lobby. That, of course, being Aki, the one whose name I couldn't pronounce. And well, Inkosi, giving us a bit of a stutter there, which is always fun. Here we go.
Yeah. Well, we're about to see the zone get smaller, and it's going to land all the way towards the northeast, which is going to make things so difficult. We're about to see a whole lot of teams get eliminated right now. This is going to be so many coffins happening right now as the teams start to move in. This is going to be insane. We're going to start to see all those battles happening right this second, as now everyone has to make their way into an absolutely minuscule zone. 300 or 400 meters across is not much to do. 46 players, and that number's about to drop a whole lot. Supreme going to be putting the absolute nail in the coffin of Inkosi. And, well, maybe a couple more here. Quest just up ahead of them as well. You can see Quiet Storm putting them into 5. Everyone's taking the fire right now.
That was quite interesting to watch, though. I mean, we got Odyssey putting those hits, and as soon as the hits land, they just turn around and run away and saying, like, no thanks, nope, 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 nope. We got to get away. And, well, here they go, making their way now. We got the players there from Quest Corner out in the blue zone. The blue zone, in fact, is going to be sweeping up quite a few teams, you know, as it makes its way down. Ooh, because there's, I mean, just looking at the map, there's so many teams still in that potential threat zone.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. And you can see everyone is suffering right now. Temper trying to make their way across. House of Anubis there to challenge them. Outsiders just above as well. And you can see Blink also trying to put the hits across as they come down. Citizens also trying to survive once again. We'll see if they can make it happen. President trying to find the angle down or towards Ninja. Citizens not to be left alone just yet. President and the rest of the gang moving up, trying to get some angles in and trying to move up. And plenty of the teams from the south also trying to move in, getting hits and taken out, because things are looking super, super tight. Your numbers dropping one by one. Oh, man.
It's going to be crazy. And that western side of the zone, once again, are so crowded. As you can see, the players now all just trying to make their way in. We've got the team here from Temper trying to rotate around, trying to find their approach in towards that zone. But House of Anubis just putting in some shots as well. Oh, there we go. Quiet Storm getting sent off to the lobby. Vibrant just taking them down with a quick assist there from Odyssey. And the shots now still flying up from the Blink team right over towards EFX. You can see off in the distance. But Blink in a bit of danger. That blue zone, of course, now just catching up with them. They need to try and outrun that blue zone. And at this point, Ninja could really capitalize on this, you know, being up ahead and just gatekeeping the players as they now make their approach in. We see the team there from Spaza Gaming, of course, also getting hit by House of Anubis.
Yeah, that zone shift was absolutely brutal. We've seen so many teams get sent back in the last few seconds, and things are about to get even more heated because the zone's about to close up again. We've only got 8 teams remaining, but they're so close at this point. The next zone, 200 meters across, just less actually. And they're going to have to try and squeeze into this one. You can see the shots just flying off. We have 7 teams remaining at the moment, and they all have a pretty good inkling of each other's positioning. So things are going to be very, very difficult.
Well, let's hope that, well, the Dragons, EFX, and Blink can get their rotation sorted in time. Yeah, they've got quite a bit of ground to cover to get on up in towards that zone. And so far, we've got the players from the outsiders, House of Anubis, Odyssey, and, well, a small little piece of Vibrant in zone. Yak's already making that push up into zone, but we've got the remainder of the team now, as you can see in the kill feed. They're just pushing up straight towards the Dragons, putting those hits in. And we've got the players here from EFX also now just trying to smoke it up to make their push into that zone and continue the fight.
Oh man, yeah, this is so difficult. 6 trying to put the hits in, but the Dragons getting the knock straight on up, and everyone's just trying to fight for a spot, trying to get into the zone. They're edging closer and closer. The Dragons moving up, Vibe trying to make it up as well. Yakes just trying to hammer into the zone. Everyone in front, everyone behind. Things so tough, but he is going to manage to make it in, along with a couple of other teams getting their foot across the line as well. But things are not looking any easier. Despite making it into zone, you've still got so much to worry about. Man, oh man, this is just going to be so tough. I mean, as the zone moves in, all of these players are going to have to find those shots, and you can already see they're coming straight in.
Oh, well, there we go. The players from Blink getting taken out right there. And, well, the outsiders just below the team here from House of Anubis. You can see them sitting over towards the south. We got EFX now closing in slowly but surely, coming in from that northern side. The Dragons sitting over towards the east. We got Yakes, the Lone Ranger, slowly but surely making his way around the map here, sitting on 4 kills so far. And Odyssey also not too far away, So let's see, will Yakes be able to get any more hits in? Maybe sneak in a few third-party shots. Ooh, the Dragons, of course, now putting those hits right up in towards EFX. Let's see, will they be able to finish it up and, you know, get some more kills on the board?
Yeah, they could certainly do that. You can see Blade trying to get the shots in. He's going to get the explosion. Does so much damage. He does get knocked, but already huge amounts of damage done by that one single move. Now Bait is going to be left by his lonesome out there in the smoke, Sully just off to the side. Very difficult to go and help your teammate when they have all of the team staring you down, just waiting for you to expose yourself. And man, this is going to be so difficult because the zone's about to shift up again and these players are going to be forced to move all the way in. It's landing right in the center. This is basically going to be a suicide run.
Yeah, this map is just mocking all the players. Like, well, you've been battling this hard just to make it all the way up to here. Let's make it even harder. Let's put the zone just up ahead, out in the open. You know, everyone is just surrounding the zone. So, well, let's see what it's going to look like once everyone just starts, you know, squishing on up in towards the zone. And, well, the heads are now, of course, flying up here from Odyssey straight over towards the Dragons. So let's see, will the Dragons be able to, you know, will clutch this one out, or will Odyssey sneak in the necessary shots? But Optic now getting hit with that nade, though. So we are down to 4 teams, 11 players. We got EFX and the Outsiders going at each other over towards that northwestern side. And, of course, then Odyssey and the Dragons sitting over here in the southeast.
Yeah. They're basically just playing over crevices as well. It's just the mountains, the dips that they're playing around. That's the only cover that they've got. And it's okay for the moment. But, I mean, you could see everyone's just struggling to stay alive. Odyssey getting hit, also trying to put the hits across. Everyone's just putting the shots. Vindog is going to fall. This is just mad right here. 3 teams remaining. Outside is EFX and the Dragons are the 3 remaining. And EFX taking some hits. Now Sully also getting sent right back. 2 teams remaining. Outsiders and the Dragons to go at it 1 against 1. These 2 teams here. 3 players each. It's going to be hard.
Well, it's the Dragons' second top 2 for the night. You know, so let's see. Will they be able to get the chicken? Once again, I mean, they're going up against the Outsiders, so it's not going to be too easy. We've got a 3v3 moving on up in towards this last one. Bob getting hit there by Blade. Oh, Sheik now moving up. Will Kaizen be able to get those shots in? Oh, Sheik with the hit once more. So now everything is riding on a 0. The Dragons still sitting on a team of 3 going up against a solo. So some pretty great performance coming in from the Dragons here today, I must say. I mean, absolutely fantastic work.
Yeah, and I think it's basically done at this point. Zero just can't really do it. I mean, he's trying to make it happen. He's dancing around this rock, but he's losing the health, and there it goes.
Wow. I mean, well played to the Dragons, coming in with their second chicken dinner in a row. Ah, man, and what a way to finish off the semi-finals, coming in with a double chicken. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Great job. Well done. Well played. And, well, they also get a pretty good kill count, going out with 9 kills, you know? So, yeah, well played to the Dragons. Beautifully finished.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It was just such a close match. And, I mean, the final couple of zones were just so insane. It was so difficult. I mean, you could see all the teams, they were just caught out, and it was so difficult. So what I'm really interested to see now is that scoreboard. So I guess without further ado, let's head back to the desk and see what it is.
Thank you so very much, Pachi and DK. Indeed, dude, what a game to cast, what a game to witness, because after all, that was the semi-final, last game, and once again, Dark Dragons taking a chicken dinner. Beautiful, miraculous play.
Absolutely, you know, back-to-back double chickens in a day. Commendable job. And this is now gonna make the finals way so much more interesting, because now we are finally done with the semi-final matches, like we said.
True.
And now with Dark Dragons also joining the fray, we have so many teams that we can really count on.
Exactly.
I mean, it's no more just that one name, you know, it's a different bunch of teams. And Outsiders officials, we have to give it to these
Kudos
lads
to
as
them.
well. You know?
Yes.
They've managed to get a couple of chicken dinners lately, and they just missed out on this one. But still, you know, ending things on a really good note. And then when we come in the next week, I'm certain that this team is going to outperform a lot of teams.
They certainly are. From the looks of it, the dominating plays coming in. It is, I mean, left, right, and center once again. This is what the semi-final has been throughout. Since the past 3 weeks, we've been in the semi-finals, and what we've witnessed is every single team wants that kill. And with that, there were a lot of kills that were taking place, as the casters mentioned out, and as we witnessed, as we reached the end circles, 2 circles, it was just again a hodgepodge mess coming in left, right, and center. But the question still remains: who are those teams who are going to face that red zone? And of course, you will get the answer in a few minutes. But going back to the conversation about Dark Dragons, dude, the way this team, again outside of official as well, the way they were able to progress along in the game of Miramar today was spontaneous and spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, both the teams started off really slow.
Right.
They kind of focused more on positioning this time around, and they just held on till the final circle.
Wow.
And if you can see, they did not have a lot of kills, you know.
Exactly.
But still, those 6-7 kills that they got, that
Right.
was amazing. And Shekwe is definitely one of the players from Dark Dragons that we must look for in the finals. And he's been splendid so far.
Right.
I just expect more out of this lad.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's quickly segue into the standings themselves and find out what the standings for this match were. Of course, we know for a fact that Dark Dragons were able to clutch that chicken dinner second in a row for the final game. I mean, what play, dude. This is the way they must have anticipated. Yes, final day on the semi-final, that is how we're going to play. Looking really strong on the other side. Our another team to point out will be Nibble Odyssey and Outsider Official. But moving on forth to this next page, where we expected a lot of teams from the next page. Oh, well. Well. This is
I
a
mean,
change.
this is something that we would never like to see in the finals, at least. You know, the way the top teams are almost kind of faltering out.
Right.
But yes, kudos to Team Vibe as well. Those 14 kills, that was amazing.
Yes.
But these are the standings we are quite accustomed to. Okay, this is fine. All right, these teams can really mess things up. They have actually messed things up, but still, they are going to the finals. But
you know what? I want to say, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I just want to say that it's from their good heart. It's like, you know what? All the other teams that are in
just
the
take
red
a
zone,
chicken
you know what?
dinner.
Let's just go give them all the opportunity.
And there you go. The first position of the semi-finals has been held on by NF Unique. Natural Killers did put up quite a show. Godsend Temper, they were the late bloomers this time around, you know.
Right.
Not really having those very explosive starts, but
Indeed.
kind of getting into an explosive flow as the game progressed and as the series progressed. But yes, Team Vibe, they've been phenomenal. In fact, they've gotten the highest kills.
Oh yes, I mean, another point that I do want to make when it comes to Godsend Tempo and the 6th position holder Gamers Unite Nations Gun is the fact that throughout the semi-final, at least since the past weekend, what I've been noticing is that both these teams will end up choosing very similar drop points and thus drop locations, and thus would almost always be facing each other as soon as the game would start off. And initially we saw Gun taking the top 3 positions, and now as soon as Tempo has picked up the flow, they are looking really neat on 3rd position.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, outside of official, getting that one chicken dinner, and they were really close today. And but still, somehow have managed to stay in the 14th position. But next page is the bad news bearer over here with. Quite some esports missing out by merely a few couple of points out there. And Inkosi, they could not really find that momentum throughout the league, and we were still waiting. I think a few good performances, just 1 or 2 that I've seen from them so far. Apart from that, they have been completely silent.
They have been. It's not the kind of expectations that any of these teams would have had as they started with all 32 teams in round number 1. But what do you know? I mean, since the past 8 weeks, the journey has been continuing. And the way it has showcased is that now, finally, we have those teams who are ready to put the nail in the coffin, who are ready to get into, with guns blazing, get busy with that top level performance and be on top of Umzansi Esports League, of course, to be called the winners as well as take a huge chunk of that massive prize pool, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that money is always really lovely, but being the champion, being called the champions, the best in their region, is something that all these teams are fighting for, and it's worth it.
It is certainly going to be. With that, we do reach the end of our semi-finals. We have all the 16 teams. Hashtag Umzansi and let us know what teams were you expecting to be a part of the finals and are not amongst the 4 or amongst the entire 32 lot. With that, like I said, it is time for us to close PUBG segment, but stick around. We'll go on a short break. Coming right up is going to be Tekken 7. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV. Certainly hope you've had a wonderful weekend. It is time to get busy with some aggressive Counter-Strike, where indeed this is week number 8, final day, day number 3, and today we have some interesting teams. So let's get in a conversation with our analyst joining us. It is none other than Super Johnny. Welcome back.
Yep. Thank you for the warm welcome. And again, as you said, we are going to have interesting matchup indeed with the teams that are going to be playing, because one of the teams we did get to witness a little bit earlier on in this week, and it was a matchup that, well, we thought was going to go in their favor, but it sort of did not. On the other side, Online Kingdom, haven't seen them in a while, so they're going to be stepping back up again and against White Rabbit Gaming. So both the teams right now, I mean, are in a pretty bad situation on the lower half of the leaderboard. So matches right now are really less left for both these teams. And as we do have the leaderboard in front of us, look at this. Online Kingdom still in a much better position with that one win, but apart from that last game being played, it's going to be really important that they get those 3 points and move at least, just solidify themselves basically on the 6th position.
Absolutely, I would completely agree with that, because that is something that Online Kingdom is very well capable of, and we've seen them go up against, last time we saw them go up against ATK, where indeed they did showcase a really good fight. They were not able to clutch the game in their favor, but nevertheless, I mean, they do have what it takes to, again, I mean, this being their final last stance, I guess they ought to, hopefully, but then again, it'll all fall back on what map veto are these teams going to finally land on. So let's quickly move along with the map veto itself and find ourselves
Inferno.
in Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno also, we did see one of the teams in this map as well earlier on this week. So it's going to be quite interesting coming in with WRG. They are going to be, I have to say, looking to get the victory on this one, because sitting on that last position, that doesn't look good on them.
Absolutely does not, and that is something that, again, WRG has also, in the last game itself, we saw them go against Goliath Gaming, where in the first half, they were spot on. They were really, really good. They were not the WRG that was expected.
Exactly. They had a good start in that matchup, so they just need to figure out a way to keep that consistent during the entire game. Even against Goliath, what happened was Goliath, with this change of style that they brought during that mid to late game transition, was the thing that helped them out. Let's see if this time WRG, they fixed the mistake from the last match, or our Online Kingdom going to take this final victory for themselves.
Absolutely. With that, of course, it is over to our casters, who are none other than Proxy and Patchy.
Thank you so much, guys. Patchy, we've got Online Kingdom going up against White Rabbit Gaming at the moment. Definitely Online Kingdom looking to make their last match an absolute banger, finish it off with a win. And for White Rabbit, this is their second last chance to actually get their first W, or to get a point on the leaderboard, which is definitely what they want to do, as they want to try their best to avoid that relegation match, as the bottom two will be going into. So for you, looking at an Inferno, what should we be expecting from Online Kingdom and White Rabbit?
Well, I mean, first of all, the fact that it's Inferno means that these teams have a really, really good chance going forward. I mean, this is one of the best maps to sort of go at it, especially if things are close. You want to try and, you get yourself up there, get a win. This is a good map to do it on, sort of go back to the basics. And I think that from both of these teams, we've actually seen a decent performance all around the board, basically. And I think they can both do something here. I think right now, it's based on who can be the most consistent. White Rabbit, they've been doing a little bit better recently. I mean, in their previous game that we watched of them, they did so much better than they were. And that's definitely a good trend. If they can keep that up, it's great. But we saw them falter on the second half. When the half switched over, they couldn't keep the consistency up. And I mean, the same is true for Online Kingdom. If they can keep the consistency, it's definitely doable here. So we're going to jump into this first round and see how it progresses. Of course, White Rabbit going to be moving up towards mid and doing a little bit of a split, running straight around. Custom and Zeo going to open things up with Spaz, taking down Falls, and now the 1x1 Online Kingdoms players are dropping. The Glocks are going to be enough, and Chappie, the last one left for Online Kingdoms. White Rabbit take things in a very, very quick and dominant way towards A, going to plant the bomb. Time is ticking. Chappie can't really do much. He's got the 5-7, but I mean, he's going to have to land 4 consecutive headshots here to give himself any chance, and with no kit, it's basically just going to not be doable. And I mean, I don't really know if saving is what we could call him staying alive at this point, but sure, he's out here. He's most likely going to survive the round unless they find him. And a good start for White Rabbit.
Absolutely. Online Kingdom there, they were playing around in the smoke. I thought they were actually going to be catching White Rabbit off a guard instead, but as Falls just went out of the smoke and he blinked, 3 of his teammates were already dead. White Rabbit were already over at the site and waiting for him to peek out of the corner that he was in. So no real chance for Online Kingdom to really respond. They're the Glocks doing what they do best, just run and gun it and take them out of the picture. Now looking at it, Online Kingdom, they're going to be suffering for the next possible 2 rounds as White Rabbit are on the edge there of steamrolling their first 3 rounds in favor. At the moment, they've got the SMGs, they've got some AKs and Galils, which is great going into what is the defense of Online Kingdom. Only pistols and utility, but it's a full-on investment here from Online Kingdom. They've got armor, they've got utility, they've got deagles. They're trying to make an early conversion here. Definitely have seen these hand cannons do some amazing things in the past. Whether or not they will do just that this time, we'll have to wait and see. White Rabbit towards that B site, already taking some good control, already throwing the utility out there, making their presence known. They want to take it. The bomb still has not yet been recovered, so this is still just an entry mission. Try and open it up, see what you can get, see where exactly Online Kingdom are planning their defense. Already, this is pulling the focus away from Sheer, so the A site is relatively undefended, but Kana and his teammate is going to get something, trying to get closer and closer, but instead will be meeting the crosshairs here of Narf. That pulls Sheer back away again, so defense in the big bomb site this time around is at least a little bit weakened. That is, if you don't take into account Chappie hitting the headshots. So 1 apiece each at the moment here for either side, and White Rabbit now, they have to make a move. 40 seconds left on the clock. A side might be their only refuge. Ruben up here towards the balcony position is just getting all the information to his teammates, trying to waste it out. The Deagles with Sheer and Ruben doing the work. It's all down to Narf and Spaz here to try and do something. But a Wilding Sheer is here with the Mac 10. He somehow doesn't take Spaz out, but he does put him low. 16 HP in a 2v3 situation here. Bomb going down. And Online Kingdom already ready for this. In position to take the retake with utility that they have invested into. They're on the precipice of converting this into a round, trying to get themselves into this as quickly as possible, and they managed to do just that. Beautiful work. I mean, it's a wonderful attempt there from Narf to try and just get the spray transfer, but the headshots, they're hitting the shots. And ultimately, Online Kingdom, they're going to be able to convert this and immediately jump back into a round that, as I said, they would have had to suffer those 3 initial rounds, but great recovery, great investment, and it worked out.
And this is a problem we've seen a couple of times with White Rabbit and a couple of other teams in this situation, where they win that pistol round and then suddenly find themselves in the back end of the conversion round and can't make it happen. And suddenly the Deagle's winning it out for some reason. And I mean, this has become a trend, you know, the counter shutdown plays coming out from the pistols is just huge. Online Kingdom evening things out straight away is going to make things a little bit more difficult. You can see on the side of White Rabbit, we've got 2 AKs, a Galil, and some Deagles there to work with. Not too much. Banana going to be mollied straight out, so instantly peeked by Chappie. He's going to pick up Custom. Gets immediately traded, though, that Deagle coming right on in towards the head. Spaz going to find himself dead through the smoke from Falls. 3v4 is the man count at the moment. As Zio coming up from the behind with the AK pickup. Trading that out for, of course, the Galil as E-Lake now moving up. Checking through mid, seeing what's going on here. Slowly just trying to find the opening. 1 minute left on the clock. Got to find themselves in here somehow. Narf going to be the one to potentially take down Kana if he wants to get the entry here. White Rabbit, of course, do. Oh, E-Lake not looking in the right spots. Narf also not on the time. He's not going to find the other one either. That gets taken out from behind. And Zio, the final one left, can't even land the spray down with the AK. White Rabbit going to lose that round as well.
Quite an unfortunate here. I mean, White Rabbit, they did well. Once again, they get the pistol round. They started off so strong, and then that initial conversion comes through, and then they're relegated to, well, think about a save, think about a force buy, but either way, it's a risky advance. And now, with the money the way it is, they once again are going to have to save, relegated to pistols against the full setup here of Online Kingdom. Only the one SMG in the hands of Chappie and Falls with the Galil, but ultimately AKs for the rest, which is absolutely devastating. That one-shot potential is definitely there, and going against unarmored White Rabbit opponents here, so should be definitely an easy round for Online Kingdom. That is, of course, if there aren't any surprises at the moment. I don't see how there could be, but never try and forget that these are amazing players and they're looking to do just that. At the moment, we've got players towards the A side trying to get some control, but Online Kingdom just reading this perfectly. 4 players here holding with Falls. He's got that good information. He's going to let his teammates be able to stack the A side. So this push here from White Rabbit might be in vain, as there's already crosshairs pointed at their position. Custom's going to do well to try and get one. His teammate actually with the backup, they take 2. Sheer here in a bit of trouble, trying to tap away, but he controls the spray transfer and they keep themselves in this. So only 2 lives lost here for Online Kingdom. Ultimately, still, they have the money to afford this. They have the rounds now. 2-round lead that they've managed to string together on the back of actually that 3-round string that they've been doing with the conversion. So White Rabbit, first round that they'll be able to buy up. What can they do?
We'll see if they can do literally anything at this point. And a little bit of early team damage coming out. I think that was a bit of a knife in the back, which is not the way you want to start things out. Narf going to be starting the round out with 39 HP. Not the best way to get things going, especially when you're playing against Online Kingdom, who all have some upgraded guns. They've got some AKs, an M4, a Galil, and then, of course, the AWP in the hands of Ruben. So Online Kingdom looking like a formidable opponent here for White Rabbit to try and conquer. They're going to move up and instantly taken out by Ruben. Zio goes down. The AWP just checking the angles. Almost going to hit the timing shot as well. That was close, but Elake is going to find one at least. Chappie goes down. 4 versus 4. But the health bar's not looking too good on White Rabbit. They're going to have to find a couple of good heads here. Otherwise, they might just have to rethink their strategy and turning their attention towards Banana. There is only one Online Kingdom player defending that particular spot, the last of the 3 of them, off towards A. It's going to make things a little bit easier for White Rabbit, but the rotation from Ruben is coming in quickly. Let's see if it's quick enough to catch them. They do have a bit of util to work with, so White Rabbit can still execute. And actually, they're going to spend the util, and that's going to come back to bite them. Slam dunk from Falls, going to take down Elake. Custom, Narf, and Spaz, the remaining 3, the rotations have already come in. The AWP could be exactly where it needs to be, and there it is. A blind shot through the smoke is going to be enough to take down Spaz, Custom, and Narf, the last remaining players for White Rabbit. They have to try and stay alive. Falls gets mollied out of position, but he finds the headshot. No, sorry, that was a grenade. Custom getting blown up. Falls, and now Narf going down as well means that Online Kingdom will pick up another round for themselves. 4-1 is that scoreline then. White Rabbit losing a lot of footing here in this half.
That was beautiful teamwork there from Online Kingdom. The dink there from Falls, and then the nade immediately from Sheer. They were ready. They were holding every single angle with a double scope, with a double crosshair, ready to make sure that White Rabbit didn't have a chance. You know, whether there was one player going down, there was another to take up their stance. And now, once again, White Rabbit down to the pistols, down to only the hand cannons to try and do something, make something out of nothing for this round. Taking a quick pace here towards the Banana side. Ruben and Chappie absolutely decimating, but Zio with the Tech 9, he takes down 2. He does the damage. He opens up a possibility for White Rabbit, but oh, as I say that, Custom down to a 1v2. He does well to take Sheer out of the picture. Ultimately, though, guns recovered are quite far away, and he doesn't know where exactly the rest of the Online Kingdom players are sitting. It's Falls and Connor rotating around. They've got good information that it's not a B, as Falls is all the way up through that site. Connor going towards the library, trying to get some information of his own. And Custom just trying to see what he can do in the situation. He has the deagle, definitely has the capability, but will he be able to find the 1v1s? That smoke is going to give him some information. He knows one player is towards B, but where is the other? Where is Connor lurking? And looking at it, he has the idea, but unfortunately can't connect the shot. So beautiful bit of damage there from White Rabbit. Zio with the 2K, absolutely just going ham with that Tech 9. But it's going to be a little bit of extra money, ultimately helping and supporting this buy round. And once again, as we said, they're looking a little shaky. They need to start stopping the momentum here from Online Kingdom.
Yeah, the issue is they're getting into sort of stable territory here. Online Kingdom are looking pretty happy with 5 rounds in their pocket so far. And, well, heading into round 7, it's not a great spot to be in at this moment for White Rabbits. And they're going to have to look to change something up and then potentially just get their foot in the door. Get some rounds in the board. But, oh, Kana could actually come in clutch. And Sheer going to be holding the angle perfectly. Who cares if he's been flashed? He's just going to take 3. And, well, that's going to mean that Custom and Spaz, they're the last 2 remaining for White Rabbits. They're going to have to try and find something here as quickly as they can. And, oh, finally, Ruben goes down. Is it going to be enough, though? 2v2 looking to get into those post plants, but Chappie and Falls have other plans. They're moving in very quickly. Flashbang won't be enough to blind Chappie. They're not sure how close he is. They might not realize how far he's been able to push up, and Falls right next to him. This could be the peak that they need, and here comes Chappie, the pillar blocking all of his bullets. Custom gonna swing, and that's enough to close it out. White Rabbit finally find that round they've been looking for.
Wow, Online Kingdom, they've been reading White Rabbit's movements so perfectly. I mean, time and time again, we see Online Kingdom, they're already on the rotation, they're already set up for the stack. But this time around, White Rabbit, they had the better aim. Custom doing beautiful work there from the flank from Apps, really pulling Ruben's attention away, and ultimately Spaz getting that final kill, opening it up, finishing it off. It's just beautiful work to see, but now they have to continue that. They have to close up this gap. And especially for Online Kingdom, they are also looking to get a win here, because if not, it might be the reset. It might be another round where they have to give it away to White Rabbit with the pistols. So, looking at this now, Online Kingdom trying to do something here, trying to get a little bit close, but the utility just forcing them off the angle. Whereas with White Rabbit, they're starting to take a little bit of control here. Full up middle, but no banana control just yet, because Falls is there deterring them, dissuading them, and leaving Online Kingdom to have 1v4 set up here. They've got 4 players towards the A site, so if Falls drop, that will be the B site open. But for now, it looks like White Rabbit are actually going into A. They might be going into the stack here from Online Kingdom, and unfortunately, Eli getting caught out there alone and afraid. He gets taken out of the picture, and now Chappie in the corner here might be able to catch Zio off guard, because he's not looking at the corner. Be careful. Just around the corner, Zio is so close to danger. Team H just baiting out the shots and just trying to take out the focus here from White Rabbit. Yep, going to be the first to take damage here. Chappie swings to get the trade, with Ruben getting a kill and Kana chiming in at the same time. Online Kingdom, with White Rabbit taking 1, they take 3 away for themselves. And now bomb's been dropped towards middle. It's been spotted. It's now being held here by Online Kingdom. 30 seconds left on the clock with Custom in a 1v4. I don't see this happening, so the save is going to be coming through. And the 6th round for Online Kingdom will be as well. So great round for them, especially with the investment that they had to make. It was a quasi-buy. You had some SMGs, you had some FAMASs, and ultimately you had a very scary-looking economy, especially on the CT side. So this is great now for Online Kingdom. They're starting to get so much advantage, but White Rabbit, they've been doing the damage. You can see this by the looks of their economy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, damage is one thing, but you need to convert that into something at the end of the day. And, well, White Rabbit only have 2 rounds so far up against Online Kingdom 6. That's a pretty bad space to be in for them, because they're relying on that lost bonus, trying to get the money in. It's not much to work with. You can see that the buy coming through is just going to be a bit of util, some upgraded pistols, the AK in the hands of Custom to be the main source of firepower for them. We'll see if they can make anything happen off the back of this. I mean, if they can't do it with main weapons in hand all across the board, then it's going to be difficult to do it now. Some early nades being tossed straight down Banana, but White Rabbit were waiting for it, so they're not going to take any damage now. They're going to be charging up with the Tech 9s. Corners have been checked. Zio going to take 1, and E-Lake picks up the other. That's exactly the way you want to start out your pistol rounds. Very, very quick control being taken. Spam going through. A little bit of damage done, but the molly will be put out by the smoke. Now, we're going to hit a very quick shot through the smoke. That's going to be a big one. A little bit of damage going through, but the bomb is down. Post plants can come up as well. White Rabbit in a good position. That was a very, very nice take. Very quick to open things up. Now they're going to have to find something else. There goes the first. Zio drops as Sheer pushes in from Church. He's going to try and move up. Spams through the smoke. Doesn't find anyone. Finally, kind of finds something. Crosses in the right direction, but they have to be careful of Narf. He's on the behind. Oh, he's playing time with the deagle as well. Oh, the spam will connect as well. Now they don't have time for the defuse, especially now that they're not hitting him. And now it's all over for Online Kingdom. 3 rounds on the board for White Rabbit, at least. A good way to close down things and stop a little bit of that snowball coming out from Online Kingdom.
A little bit, yes. 3 rounds that they still have to claw back, so they need to continue this, and now they have an opportunity to do so. As we said, Online Kingdom, their economy is looking a little bit scary, and now it's looking even scarier. They're going to be relegated to pistols, so this is an opportunity for White Rabbit. They just need to be careful, as we've mentioned. we've seen what Online Kingdom can do with just pistols and utilities, so they need to make sure that they don't give anything away this round. All guns need to be safe, all of the bomb sites need to be covered, and they need to hopefully just get all of the kills. Because that 4th round and potentially that 5th round is right around the corner if they play their cards right. At the moment, we've got a 5-man stack here from Online Kingdom on the A site. White Rabbit doing the respect, doing the due diligence, trying to just cover the angles, but unfortunately, there's a couple of kills here for... Okay, they take down 2 so far. That means that at least 2 guns have been dropped, but they're not in a position to recover them just yet. And in the meantime, White Rabbit, they've taken the B bomb site. They're running around trying to open it up. Once again, Online Kingdom already in this position to take the retake to try and stop Online Kingdom. And Chappie with the dig drops the bomb. And Kana through the smoke. What are you doing? He gets one of his own. Now it's all down to Naf in a 1v3 situation. He has to do everything here for White Rabbit. This is a save from Online Kingdom. This is a pistol round. They can't lose this. This is their opportunity. They need to stick to it. And now 45 seconds left on the clock. What can he do? Bomb is dropped on the site. He's got 3 Online Kingdom players watching it and waiting for him to come around the corner. At the moment, he might meet his back towards Falls, or does he expect that? Does he swing for this? Surely, at least with the smoke, he will be able to cross safely, but they might not be enough to stop them. And it might not be enough for Online Kingdom to take the 7th round. My goodness, what have they done with pistols only? And with even less utility and armor that they had previously. At the moment, I don't know how, but Online Kingdom are just playing this perfectly. Their rotations are so swift.
Yeah, what is going on in this game? We're seeing pistols winning left and right. I mean, White Rabbit did it to them just the round previous, and now we're seeing it happen on the opposite side. Online Kingdom pick up the mantle, and they do exactly that, just replicating that success, but a lot more considerable in terms of their control right now. 7-3 is the scoreline. Ruben gonna have to be careful. He's got the AWP, but he'll be fine. Naf goes down. Not a problem for him to handle. He's looking in the right direction. He knows exactly how to handle the pushes. Let's see if he can continue to do so. Zio is now going to be the next one to push up. Ruben gets flashed off the angle, but he retreats in time. Going to save his life for the moment, but they're pushing up very quickly. Shear's going to have to be everything here, and he will. He finds Zio and Eleg. That's just going to make things impossible. Now, pistols cannot be had here for White Rabbit. It's just not enough to beat the likes of Online Kingdom. 8 rounds on the board now for them. White Rabbit falling further and further behind now. Going to take a timeout to try and reset a little bit, get a little bit of a mental reset going, and think about how they have to approach this moving forward, because we are slowly heading towards the end of the half.
Slowly indeed, and so far Online Kingdom, they've managed to string around, honestly, just rounds that they have no business winning. For White Rabbit, it's starting to become a scary prospect, but they surely have the experience, they surely have the capability of turning this around. It's just a matter of what are we doing wrong, what is going right for us, what do we need to change up. And at the moment, I think this timeout is very much needed. Hopefully they have a bit of a plan in action this time around. But with the economy looking the way it is, they will be able to buy up safely, so that's great news for this round. It's definitely a point that they want to be able to turn it around. A pivot point, if you can talk about that. But at the moment, Online Kingdom, they are definitely looking scary, so they have this control. They're able to just really get one player towards B, which helps their A side defense so well. And now look at this, taking the aggression, staying dynamic and trying to give White Rabbit a hard time here, but Custom, he's going to stop all of that sort of aggression, takes down Kana, and now Chappie trying to do the same, trying to get close. But utility from White Rabbit is doing the work, so they're holding their defaults pretty well. They're making sure that Online Kingdom are not getting anything too early. Elec right around the corner. Oh, just gets denied there with the smoke. So close, but Chappie through the smoke. He's actually found himself an opportunity here, but Custom once again is putting a stop to it. He's on for 2 kills so far, at the expense of his HP. The same can be said for Zio there. Both of them looking a little bit worse for wear, but ultimately they still have an advantage here. 2 players down for Online Kingdom, and they just need to get onto a site. Elec once again opening it up. He finally finds that kill he was hunting and so close to getting previously, and now it's coming to fruition here. Close to the A site they go, and at the moment it's looking great for White Rabbit. They're taking Online Kingdom apart bit by bit, potentially. This might have been the wrong call for Online Kingdom, or just the best possible one for White Rabbit. That is, if Ruben doesn't do things like this. He takes down Elec, opens up something, but still, for White Rabbit, they're going to be able to get the site, they're going to be able to get the bomb down. At the moment, it looks like Online Kingdom trying to take some aggression quite early on. Forced as well to take Custom out of the picture, but can't swing to convert the kill onto Spaz. And ultimately, we're still down to a 1v3 here. Ruben, once again, all on his shoulders, and he's going to have to look about rotating around with that AWP and saving it for the next round. But a beautiful work here from White Rabbit. They dismantled Online Kingdom bit by bit, and it's just looking great for them at this point. If they can continue this, they can get the last couple of rounds, and at least we can even see the potential is there for an 8-7 half, which is a much more palatable scoreline for the next half. Absolutely, and it sets the foundation to what we will be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, that was a much cleaner round from White Rabbit, something that we need to see a little bit more of coming out of them, because the potential is there. I mean, we can see it out of a round like that. Definitely doable for White Rabbit, but they just need to keep playing things like that. Got a little bit messy towards the end, but if they can keep, you know, a couple of rounds like that, it's definitely what you want to see coming out of them. Definitely doable, but it cannot be a scarce thing. It cannot be a rare thing. It has to come out. White Rabbit have to play this clean game that we know they can if they want to claw things back. It's 8-4. It's only 4 rounds behind. Slowly making our way towards the end of that half, heading into round 13 now. Guns across the board, but 2 AWPs for Online Kingdom. Falls and Ruben going to be the ones to pick those up. No orbs in the hands of White Rabbit, just AKs for them. Can they make it work? Can these AKs win it out? No early picks coming out for Online Kingdom is going to mean that they don't have any of that early tempo advantage for themselves. So 5v5 and Custom getting all this banana control, which gives them a little bit of info. Chappie rotating between the sites is going to move up towards B, leaving those 3 players towards A. Majority of the White Rabbit team not getting too over-aggressive here. They're not getting too quick. Just making their way on up. 1 minute and 5 seconds left, and they're just cleaning out things bit by bit, closing the angles, slowly pushing up, and now they make their move. Zeo trying to push up, clearing the angle towards our... Just taking control of the map, but they have to convert this control. Control is one thing, but getting that bomb down and getting the kills you need is the other. And one has to mean the other. You have to convert it. It's not going to be given away for free, and White Rabbit still haven't found any openers. 40 seconds ticking down, and now Ruben gets aggressive once again, re-aggressing towards mid. Is going to spot out that no one's here. That should be the information they need. Rotation's coming in now. B is going to be stacked. Here comes the execute. They know exactly what's going to happen here. Fall's going to fall back on towards site. Online Kingdom now reinforcing from CT. White Rabbit having a difficult time pushing past the mollies. They're going to swing in, and Chappie is just going to be there. Everything happening for them. Online Kingdom finds another and another and another. Custom can't make it happen, and, well, there it goes, 9-4 as we edge towards the end of the half. Online Kingdom just reading that one like a book. White Rabbit couldn't find the opener they needed, and, well, this is how it turned out.
That 20-second last-minute push there looking, as you can see, quite scary for White Rabbit. And ultimately, Online Kingdom, once again, they're just reading it right. I mean, they're getting the information, they're making the right calls, and for White Rabbit, they just don't have the luxury of time. Time and time again, it seems. But at the moment, Pistols once again, let's see if they can do the same sort of miracles again and again. 3 players towards the B bomb site here. They were actually, Online Kingdom, they were expecting that B push this time around, and they're going to be prepped for it, but there's nothing that's going to be coming their way. So the rotations are going to be coming back. They're going to be pulling back their resources towards that A site, as Custom here trying to do a little bit of damage has already been spotted, and that's already a bit of information for Online Kingdom. In the meanwhile, look at this. I'm liking this. Bit of a change up here. So White Rabbit baiting their 2 players, making the moves, getting their focus away from that B bomb site as they try and take it up. But so far, it doesn't seem like Online Kingdom are falling for it. They still have 2 players towards the B side. Not the classic 1 player, and this time they're taking the control back. The pop flash comes through. Chappie is there to tap away at head. Spaz going down. And Narf and Zeo not in a position to trade it out, and he's looking for more. He's actually going to be spotting Narf out. So, information coming through that this is an A site, and Online Kingdom, they're going to be able to prep for this. Rotations already coming through. They've got the information, and it's just falling into place here for Online Kingdom. Custom in a good position here, might be able to spot Falls out, but he looks at the wrong place. And now Falls left to just try and get the last kill here onto Zio. Tapping away, but Zio stays alive. He's on 17 HP and he's got bullets flying in from every possible angle. Unfortunately, White Rabbit not able to do anything there with the pistols. As we said, though, it was pistols. On paper, this definitely should have been around for Online Kingdom, but they did some damage. They opened it up. But as you mentioned, is damage enough? At the moment, not the case. We'll see what they can do this time.
Yeah, I mean, Online Kingdom, a little bit cheeky there. I mean, they reaggress through the smoke looking for all that information. I mean, they're getting it for free, basically, at this point, and just working against Online Kingdom, or working against White Rabbit at every possible corner. And I mean, Sheer, once again, look at this. The confidence coming out of this team right now is just winning them everything they need. White Rabbit, they're looking for an opener, they're looking for a mistake, and Online Kingdom aren't giving it. They're just going straight in. They don't care. They're moving in. They're taking every opportunity they can. And it really is working out for them. White Rabbit don't know what to expect. They don't know how to handle this right now. I mean, they boxed in already. So much map control by Online Kingdom. Instant opener by Ruben, and things just falling apart for White Rabbit. Their positions are absolutely known at this point. All the information is there. Every single Online Kingdom player knows exactly what's happening. Nothing can surprise them, and the shots are bound to fly. Actually, Connor gonna go down. Ruben fires back with one. He finds another. Custom getting Sheer, but it's not enough. Custom's very low on HP. 25 against 3 players of Online Kingdom trying to get the bomb plant, but every single angle will be covered. There it is. Headshot will be found. And, well, once again, another round for Online Kingdom. And despite the fact they lost 2, they're looking very, very strong to end out this half.
So this is something similar that we saw previously, and last time it was White Rabbit that was in this sort of situation. And then as soon as the swap around came and it was that T side, then it was just a crazy amount of aggression and a crazy comeback. So will it happen this time around? Not necessarily sure, because this time it's White Rabbit on the CT side to try and defend it once again. You know, normally we've seen that T side just explode, especially in the scene currently. And now they don't have that luxury. They're going to have to make sure that their defense is absolutely perfect. They have so many rounds that they need to string together and that they need to claw back at to catch up with Online Kingdom and potentially look at the win. But at the moment, they have a tall mountain to climb, and Falls here taking a bit of damage here already. White Rabbit, they get some information. Elec, they're peeking in middle. He's actually going to spot a couple of players going towards B. So Custom and Elec teetering towards that rotation to B, and it will be the right call as Online Kingdom have 5 players here stacking up and getting ready for this execution, trying to take it away here from White Rabbits. So many rounds, and if they get this pistol, it's just going to continue. Already Paul's going to be the first one to peek out. Spaz trying to tap away. Zio, on the other hand, with 2 beautiful USP headshots, he puts this down into a doable situation. It's 5-on-3 for White Rabbit. They can take this. They just need to make sure that they don't lose any unnecessary players. At the moment, Bomber's going to be going down for Online Kingdom. They're going to be setting up for post plants, but they're all cornered on the side. So they're trying to take some information here. They're trying to take back some control. Zio once again gets his 3rd, but falls and Sheer. They're just doing the work. Thankfully for White Rabbit, though, Elec and Narf, they're getting the headshots. They're opening it up, and they're going to be able to get the round for White Rabbit. I mean, I feel like we were watching a round. We were watching a seesaw there. Either it was tipping to Online Kingdom, then it was tipping to White Rabbit, then it just tipped back again. And ultimately, that needs to happen a lot more. But White Rabbit, they need to start being a little bit more dominating, especially on the CT side. We've talked about this before. Economy is everything. And if that sort of damage keeps being done round and round again, there's going to be at a point where they're fully dependent on that loss bonus. Obviously, depending on what happens this time around, we can see both teams forcing up. So there's chance for a conversion on the Online Kingdom side.
Yep, there certainly is. And I mean, that's a good opener for White Rabbit. That's a good way to start out the second half, especially after losing the first half. You know, you want to start out as strong as possible in the second. And, well, they managed to get it, which is a good way to start things out. But you can see Online Kingdom, they honestly don't care. It just seems like they're like, all right, cool, this is fine. We're going to pick up the guns anyway, because why not? We've been winning. We're going to press the attack. It doesn't matter if we get reset. It doesn't even matter if we lose the pistol. We're going to pick up the Galils. We're going to pick up the MAC-10. We're going to pick up the UMP. And we'll see you on the field. We'll see if you can handle us. and they're just issuing the challenge right now to White Rabbit, and it's up to White Rabbit to respond. So let's see how they handle Online Kingdom here, who are looking to just absolutely shut down the momentum for White Rabbit once and for all, just push themselves towards that win. Can they hold on? Smoke coming down, so some nice util usage here with what they've got. It's a tiny amount of util, but they're using it very well. Pushing up through mid. Can start taking some control. It's on to Nov. He's got to spot this out. There it is. The information's there. He's got to play this one absolutely perfectly, because they are pushing up in the droves, and there comes the first right through the smoke. Shear's going to be supported by Elik, and that's going to be everything they need. Lots of damage done, but finally he goes down. 2 down on the side of Online Kingdom is going to mean that they're rethinking their plans a little bit. Going to be heading in towards apps to try and reapproach the situation. But now the firepower is starkly in the hands of White Rabbit. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer. 20 seconds is the counter. Chappie now charging through. UMP not going to find anything just yet. The crossfire is good. It's going to take down absolutely everyone. Falls as the last Online Kingdom player left. He's on site. His position is known. He's trying to bait someone out to win the fight, but it won't work. The FAMAS wins it out. Spaz wins it out. And White Rabbit, they hang on, despite the fact that Online Kingdom brought up in that one.
That's exactly what they need. They can't let any sort of advantage slip at this point. As you mentioned, you want that Holy Trinity. Getting that initial 3 rounds, especially at the beginning of the second half, that's a great booster in terms of just purely catching up to the rounds that Online Kingdom have put out, but also just that mental aspect that it just helps you revive that energy and get ready for the rest of the round. So beautiful work there. Let's see if they can continue it. Once again, Online Kingdom relegated to pistols. Not that much of an investment this time around, just a couple of pistols, no real armor, but some utility and at least 2 pieces of armor. So a little bit of a semi-buy here. Let's see if they can make it work with the pistols at the moment, etching towards that ace site. Trying to do something, trying to find something. At the moment it looks like it's going to be a waterfall coming through here for Online Kingdom. You can see Chappie already set up for the flash, but the utility from White Rabbit, look at the HP. They're running into a chainsaw at the moment, and that's going to be in the hands of Elik and White Rabbit. Narf, Custom doing the shots, getting the kills. Ruben all left alone to unfortunately die as White Rabbit once again. They get another round. They're clawing back bit by bit. And this is exactly what they need to do. You know, that swap over, that's exactly what you need to think about. You just need to forget about what has happened, reset as a team, reset your mind, and go into this absolutely swinging. So this is beautiful from White Rabbit, but now equal footing. It's the buy round.
Yeah, it is the buy round. And this is where we're going to see the real test of strength for the teams here in the second half. It is going to give us a good inkling as to how the rest of this is going to go, potentially at least. So we'll see Online Kingdom now taking a bit of the map control, but they will immediately be cut off. The utility does go down. Fall's going to try and peek towards Banana, but slowly but surely just losing a little bit of ground there. Spaz and Zeo just going to be showing a little bit of presence. Make Falls just think about moving forward or back. So far, just taking a slow approach. Online Kingdom looking for that initial opening. Luckily for White Rabbit, they're utilizing their utility quite well here, making things a little bit difficult for Online Kingdom to move up. They are taking the control, but it's slowly. It's piece by piece. They're waiting out the time. White Rabbit are playing this one really, really well. And just off the back of that alone, off the back of utility placement, Online Kingdom will decide to fall back and move up Banana. And this will be their final commitment here on towards B. It's up to Spaz and Zeo to hold this down before reinforcements can start arriving. Let's see if it happens. Fall's just charging straight in. He's going to get taken down. Spaz falls immediately. Zeo is going to get the 2 that he needed, though. He's going to hang on to the site and anchor it perfectly. He takes another as well. And now Kana's the last one left, and he just doesn't have a chance. He's been spotted out. His head is right there on the corner, and instantly the trade comes through. And White Rabbits hang on once again.
Zio doing the dance of death there, just trying to get his gun reloaded, but thankfully his teammates were there to get the kills and to get the round. At the moment, that gap is getting closer and closer. 3 rounds is the difference between Online Kingdom and White Rabbit. So far, Online Kingdom, they haven't really been able to convert a win this time. Relegated to pistols once again, a bit of a bigger investment than last time, and we've seen what they can do with those previously, so will they be able to continue it this time? On the CT side, going up against a revitalized White Rabbit at the moment, we'll have to wait and see. So far, Once again, looking towards that B site, looking to just take the pistols all together, which is what I like to see, you know? You've got less firepower, so keep the numbers advantage. Keep the barrage of players towards B. Zio with a beautiful boost takes out Chappie. Gets a bit of information as he spots out the rest of Online Kingdom, so he's ready and set up with his teammate to take this through. The barrage is through. Spaz is going to be doing so much damage. He takes down 2, puts Sheer down to 9 HP, and now Zio on the site here, taking out Sheer, that low HP. But as Online Kingdom get the bomb down, it's all down to Ruben in a 1v4. They've already got the objective, they've already got the money, so this kill is alright. They've done what they needed to. They're going to be able to reset their economy a little bit, get some of that money next for the buy round, and now it's potential once again to claw back at White Rabbit to get a chance. And edgewise here, you can see the Spaz just holding the defense there and doing the damage. Unfortunately, not getting that last kill, but he did what he needed to do. I mean, 1 kill is good enough. Now he goes and he does basically 2.5. So absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Zio and Spaz really good at holding down that B site. I mean, they've been absolutely instrumental in White Rabbit's success over there when Online Kingdom decide to push. And they've been having a really good CT side. They look so strong, so confident here. They know exactly what they're doing and how to play around this. I mean, what a smart boost in the previous one just to hold on to control, falling back, taking shots after shot, the spray, so much damage done. It's just really, really good to see coming out from White Rabbit, making things so much more competitive. 11-9 is that scoreline. And now once again, Online Kingdom, they're looking for the opener, but they're going to have B control this time, or at least a lot of banana control. And a lot of apps control. White Rabbit playing a little bit differently. They've fallen back, quite passive. Switching it up, which is what I like to see, but is it going to continue working? When is it going to stop? That's the question, because White Rabbit have found success after success here on the CT half. Surely it has to end sometime, right? We'll see. Kana going to open things up onto E-Lake. It's going to leave 2 per site for White Rabbit to hold on, but Online Kingdom will take what they can get and leave. Falling back down mid, they're going to decide where to aggress, and it looks like they will be moving up banana. Once again, it seems to be their default fallback once they can't find anything edgeways in towards 8. They're just going to be moving up. That open is going to make things a little bit easier because the rotate will probably be slightly slower. So they're just running into Zio and Spaz, but we know how good they are at holding on to this, and let's see if that is true once again. They're going to be falling back very quickly, so site control given over. This is a smart play. They're giving over control to Online Kingdom of the site to wait for reinforcements. So it's still a 4v5, a pretty decent prospect. But now they have to do the retake. They should have practiced for this, so let's see if they can nail it. They are sitting up towards church. They're waiting for the timer. Waiting for something. Seeing if they can get this executes down. There comes the util. Not going to be instrumental here towards the banana. Actually going to find the opening pick on Takana as well. That's big, but instantly Falls and Chappie take down so many. Chappie with the 3k to close things out. He is going to say no more. Will White Rabbit win these rounds on the CT half? We're going to win them back.
I blinked, and it was over. I blinked, and I will learn my lesson and never blink again, especially when Online Kingdom are getting the shots that they are tonight. My goodness gracious. So at the moment, now they've stopped the momentum here from White Rabbit. Finally, they have their round on the next half, but can they continue it? 3 rounds away from match points and 4 away from that W that I'm sure they want to get at their last game. Equal footing once again, and oh, the damage here from Ruben puts Zio down to 11 HP. Takes a little bit of damage himself, but his teammates are still here. Still 5 players alive on either side, but we'll see what it happens. Online Kingdom just getting some good control. Kana and Sheo all the way up middle here towards a site. They've got lane, and they're just holding and waiting for White Rabbit to peek into them as they take control. Ruben finally getting that kill there onto Spaz. So Zio still with 11 HP left alone on the B bomb side. Narf unfortunately not going to be able to connect the shot. Tries to reset, tries to get the shot this time, but he's getting chased out of position. He's getting chased to ultimately goes down, and now there's an opener. Online Kingdom, they're going to be able to wrap all the way to B. It's all down to Zio with 11 HP. That's such a tall order. He's not going to be able to do it. That leaves it down to Alec and Custom in a 2v4. And now, looking at the money, looking at the situation that they're in, they're going to have to think about saving. They're going to potentially set up for some exits here, but that's all that they can really do. They've lost this opportunity now to try and stop Online Kingdom from stringing their rounds together of their own. So now they're starting to steamroll it. Now they're starting to get some momentum back. So 39 will be our scoreline. And for White Rabbit, it's once again looking a little scary because that hill that they've just managed, that mountain that they've just managed to turn into a hill is starting to creep closer and closer towards the mountain again.
Yeah, such a tough position to be in. Now is the time when the pressure is truly on for White Rabbits. You can see the money looking absolutely abysmal for them. Not going to be able to buy up much. They might try and force around these M4s, which could potentially be what they try and do, but that is so few tools to work with that it is definitely going to be difficult no matter which way you look at it. Looks like there are going to be some upgrades there. The Deagle coming out for Narf and Zio picking up the P250. So they are going to try and do what they can with this, but man, it's going to be hard. These M4s for White Rabbit are going to have to find absolutely everything. They're going to be charging in, actually, very quick movements. That might have been spotted out. Let's see what happens. Sheer and Khan are going to be able to open things up. They're going to look for everything, and they will find it. They're just going to get head after head. Custom and Spaz the last two, and it's only one M4 in play. He's going to have to do so much work. He finds one, the double peak will get another. That's going to bring things a little bit more even for them, and instantly retreating towards B. It's free, it's open, but the upgrade to the AK will be there for Spaz. So it is a 2v3. It's winnable. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet. This could be doable, but they have to make the decisions. Do they just save these weapons, or do they go for it? Somehow, going for it seems to be a difficult play, and it looks like they will just try and save what they have. But man, that's just one consolation to another. They came in the round with 2 weapons, and they're leaving with 2 weapons, it would seem. At least one of them's an AK this time around, but yeah, I mean, they're going to have to really, really do something in the next round, because with this, Online Kingdom will take 14 on the door of 15, just knocking at match point, and that's, well, once again, White Rabbits, that's not where they want to be, but it is where they find themselves.
At least with the loss bonus, they will be able to buy up. So those AKs, that AK and that M4 that they have been able to save, that's at least going to help the economy out this time around. But as you've mentioned, Online Kingdom, they're knocking at the door. They're looking to get in, get finished, and get done. Go to bed, finish it off with a bang. And at this point, White Rabbit, they have to do a lot. They definitely cannot afford to lose this round. Otherwise, they're just playing for the draw. They're playing for a consolation prize, as you've mentioned. And it's definitely not how White Rabbit want to go down. They want to get their first W. They want to continue this and potentially take even more. At the moment, we've got 5-on-5. Not a single bit of damage has been done just yet. So a little bit slower this time around. We can see Custom just around the corner, taking a couple of shots there from Khan, already spotted out. And now, unfortunately, White Rabbit, they're going to have to just fall back and be a little bit more passive. Online Kingdom taking good control here already. So close to A site. So close to that lane position there. Utility going through, and Sheer with the one shot takes down Narf. Custom is there to trade it out, but Sheer is too quick. He takes a second. Kana takes a third on the A site, and that's ultimately an open bomb site, an open bomb plant, and potentially already the 15th round. What can Zio and Spaz do this time around? 2v4 with the AK and the M4 previously saved. At the moment, this is a tall order, if ever I've seen one. To try and stop Online Kingdom from getting match point, they would have to try and take on a 2v4, and it doesn't look like they're rushing to try and do so just yet. So a save might be what's on their lips at the moment, and might be all that is really on their mind, as Sheer actually taking some control here, trying to find the kill. They have to try and keep these weapons in play. They have to try and stay alive, because the economy for White Rabbit is definitely not looking great. So Online Kingdom, they're not really worried about the guns that they're losing at this point, so they're definitely hunting for this. They're doing everything they can to try and get the kills, but Zio, thankfully, is going to be staying alive and actually gets a couple of kills in the end there. So good bit of extra money, actually also upgrading to the AK. This is great for this round, but as we mentioned, it's a consolation prize. Online Kingdom, they've already got their 15th. At this point, the only thing that White Rabbit can do is play for the draw.
Yeah, I mean, on the books, it is the smart play. You know, you can't overcommit and then have nothing. So saving the guns, getting the kill damage, it was the smart play to make. But yeah, like you've mentioned time and again, this is the consolation prize that they're playing for. And not only are they playing for a consolation prize, but they have to put in so much work for it, so many rounds to string back to back without any mistakes, without any losses, just to make that consolation prize. That is not what you want whatsoever. 9 rounds on the board for White Rabbit is what they're going to be sitting on, and that's got to be a morale buster if I've ever seen one. Online Kingdom now going to be moving up towards B, just charging in, mindlessly going in. Zio going to be opening things up. We've seen how good they are at anchoring, but Zio is the final one to try and make it happen. He finds a second, but it's not enough to close out the third. The bomb will go down, and now 3 versus 3. Elite Custom and Narf going to be taken down immediately, so it's just Elite and Custom here moving up and on, but their positions are also known, and the bomb is down, the time is ticking. Online Kingdom, they might have just closed this one out already. Chappie, oh, sneaky man, but he will be spotted out. Elite does check his corners. Not going to be chided for that this time around, but 5 HP for Kana might be enough. Ruben goes down. This could be it. The defuse might just be able to come in. White Rabbit could hang on for the final time. It looks like they will. 10 rounds on the board. White Rabbit just barely keeping a hold of things, but they still have to string 5 more rounds back to back if they want that tie.
And that tie is all that they can play with. As we mentioned, that is demoralizing, but it will still be a point on the leaderboard, and it will still be a better showing of what this team is capable of. As we know, they have the capability. We've just been waiting for them to show it off and to show us what they can do. So this game is getting closer and closer. We'll see what White Rabbit can do this time around. They cannot afford any slip-ups here. Any mistake could cost them dearly. And Utility doing beautiful work. They take Ruben out of the picture. They take the AWP potentially out of the picture, at least for now, as it should be able to be recovered. But who does it go to if Ruben is out of the picture? At the moment, 4v5. Zio and Spaz taking a little bit of damage there, but they're still quite healthy to hold on to this for White Rabbit. Online Kingdom taking some good bit of real estate here towards the A side. Apps control is in their favor, and now they just need to open up the site. They just need to get a wooden edgewise, get the bomb down, and potentially finish it off. But it is not just as easy as I've just laid it out. They still have lots to do, and Custom getting closer and closer, looking for a kill there onto Kana. He's going to get it. He's going to open it up, and now Online Kingdom, they're slipping further and further away, trying to get a pop flash there into Archers. Nof will go down, and now they can take some wraps here towards the B side. Sheer through CT will be able to stop Elec and Custom from getting through, at least quite easily, but pressure is on for Spaz and Zio to hold this B side, to hold this advantage for White Rabbit. Unfortunately, Zio goes down. Spaz is not in a position to trade just yet. He's going to have to let Online Kingdom get on site. At least Elec is there to get an early frag to put this down to 2v3. So retakes are ready and set up through the smoke. Shots are being hit. And now bomb going down for Online Kingdom. 2v3. Will White Rabbit get this, or will Online Kingdom hold on for the win? Waiting to see. Chappie trying to find a kill here, taking the peek. He is going to be able to connect the shot down to Elec. Will he be able to swing to get Custom? Does some damage, forces him off the angle, falls, gets down. Spaz, it's all down to Custom in a 1v2. He does well to take Chappie out of the picture, but time is running out. He needs to find the shot. He makes it. He gets falls. He gets the defuse. What is this? White Rabbit hang on to this by the skin of their teeth. Beautiful 1v3 basically from Custom there. He gets the 3 kills, he gets the round. I don't even know how to explain what just happened.
Only when it comes time to step up to the plate, when it's the final hour, the final second to step up, White Rabbit do so. But, I mean, it's great to see that coming out, but it would have been nice to see it come out a little bit earlier. Now White Rabbit are struggling on from behind, trying to hold on to these rounds, and winning them is great, and if they could win this one, it might just be doable, but they've got so much more work to do. Online Kingdom making some very quick movements once again, pushing up mid. A is in their sights, they're pushing up. Falls going to be the one to just stride on in. He takes one, the trade's instant though. 4v3, the shot's coming through, Custom finds another. 3v2, position's been given away, rotations coming in. Chappie going to take down Spaz. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult now. Zio and Custom, the last left for White Rabbit to hold on. Chappie and Kana slowly pushing up. And coming in from both sides, that could make it difficult. Oh, Custom can't find the shot. That could be it. Zio takes down one, but it's a 1v1, and he goes down immediately. 16 rounds for Online Kingdom. They win it out. At the end of the day, White Rabbit still cannot cling to that win.
I mean, they can be proud of what they've just done. There was an insane comeback at the points Online Kingdom just couldn't get around in, and they had so many rounds to play with, but White Rabbit really, really did the work there to catch up. Unfortunately, their second last game is not going to go the way that they wanted to, but this is great for Online Kingdom. They're going to finish their last game off with a bang, with that W, so that puts them a little bit higher on the leaderboard. Whether or not they're going to be going into relegation, we'll have to wait and see as the leaderboards get played out, at the last matches get played out, but I think that was just beautiful performance there from White Rabbit.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And unfortunately, they couldn't close it out, but there's always the next time. And, well, with that, let's throw it back to the desk to see what they've got to say.
Thank you so very much, as Proxy and Pachi. Indeed, what an incredible game that was, the final game, and what a way to bring it in. But indeed, on the other side, the way this team played, once again, not that far away. I mean, WRG, it is a good team, mate. It is a really skilled team. But of course, Online Kingdom took their win.
I mean, definitely WRG, we have seen them improve constantly, but I mean, it is not looking good as far as the leaderboard is concerned for them. Also, Online Kingdom, I think most of the work was done in the first half from them. Playing on the CT side, which usually does put you at a slight advantage in terms of how the numbers are and the win probabilities are and what positions you are going to be holding with the T side players coming in. So Online Kingdom just getting a massive lead at that point was, I think, the thing that put a lot of pressure, a lot of mental pressure on the players of WRG, and it made it quite close because they could mess up all they want and still they would have a lead, and that's how Online Kingdom, because there were these moments when the second half started, we were like, all right, this could be the comeback in the game and WRG could just take it from here, but Online Kingdom slowly and steadily they did get themselves back and just carried the lead forward and took the victory.
Absolutely, but what a way, what a complete dominating play. I mean, indeed, it was a close match.
Yeah.
It certainly was. When it came down to the skill, of course, it was very highly skilled, and reaching that match point and then still being able to...
Oh yes, talking about the match point. Getting that match point was like made really hard, especially by Custom. The way he was playing in those final few rounds, it was incredible. And the second last round, the match point round, the first match point round, the 1v2 with that Deagle, that was amazing.
Wow, what amazing skill, mate. But once again, that is what Umzansi is bringing to your homes, because that is where the skilled players are, and they are showcasing some extreme gameplay as we move on into week number 8, and in fact, end of week number 8. It is going to be the last week, that is going to be the next week, and wherein we shall have a look at finally what the leaderboard is going to look like. But right now, it is looking pretty okay, because after all, when it comes down to the skill level, well, there are still a few teams, like for example DNMK. They do need to still showcase that. They still have some games left for them.
They have 3 matches left, DNMK, and if they get a victory in every single one of them, that's going to put them up above Sinister 5, basically. Because that's going to be them finishing with 12 points. So the probability of DNMK climbing up is going to be their Online Kingdom. They are pretty much set to finish under the Gentlemen, wherever they are going to be. White Rabbit Gaming, last game remaining. Even if they get the 3 points, well, nothing is going to change for them. On the other side, one team that could shake things up a little bit is going to be ATK.
Yes, because ATK still has 2 games remaining, and one of those is against Energy Sports themselves.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be an intense one, and we were both waiting for that to happen to see finally who is going to be the table topper, and that, I think, is going to decide, well, a huge swing of momentum in terms of how the playoffs are going to go.
Absolutely. That is going to take place next weekend, though. You're going to have to wait for next weekend. But indeed, like I said, I mean, week number 8 coming to an end. Some incredible plays across the board. We found out who are the teams who are actually finally moving on forth into the finals for PUBG Mobile as well. Now, again, with that, it is time to reach the end, though. Do tune in next weekend. But until then, take care. Stay awesome. Bye-bye.